past 7 months has been scientific proof that celebrities are soulless and celebrity culture is garbage. Privileged fucking millionaires who don't give a fuck whether people outside their circle die or live. Also, the situation is actually a little connected to the Met Gala, right? Where Kim Kardashian did the magic trick where she made her ribs disappear. Because it took place in New York, a city that's been full of major student protests and a small national conversation. And you may have missed it, but protesters were actually arrested outside of the Met Gala on Monday with 27 people being taken into custody. But as far as why they largely didn't get attention, you had the New York Times explaining they were kept far enough away from the main event that most people focused on the party didn't even notice. In fact, the outlet also asked, is the Met Gala protest proof? Or because celebrities, even those who have been vocally supportive, weren't seen wearing as much as a pin in support of Gaza like some have at previous red carpet events. And as far as why that might be, with the Times explaining that a lot of people are just scared shitless of any potential wrath from Anna Wintour, arguing if ever a Met Gala seemed primed to clash with its political moment, it was this one. Though notably, there's a lot of online discourse that has hit that same point. There's some posting photos of stars like Zendaya dressed to the nines alongside photos from the war and comparing it to the Hunger Games. And some even adding, this is your friendly reminder that Suzanne Collins actually wrote the Hunger Games during the Iraq War. The inspiration came to her when she was flipping through TV channels between reality shows and footage of the Iraq War. But with all of that, you also have some saying it seems like the people reacting to this situation, or maybe even the public in general, it seems that they're picking and choosing who to be mad at. Or with people asking why is almost all the coverage of Jeff Goldblum going to the Met Gala? It's about this flirty exchange he had, whereas when it comes to the likes of Gigi Hadid or Zendaya going, they're getting called out. And there's been no shortage of that debate, both for famous people as well as online celebrity types. Or with some pointing out that Emma Chamberlain, who not only attended but hosted Vogue's red carpet at the Met, she got almost no heat. Though I will say the influencer that seemed to get the most heat was, I think her name's Hailey Bailey. She attended the Met Gala in Marie Antoinette inspired outfit and decided with, or ignorant to everything going on, to use the audio "Let Them Eat Cake," which, to bring us back to the Hunger Games comparison, the #1 comment on that video is "watching this from District 12, along with girl read the room," and the fact that she didn't realize this would upset us just makes the metaphor even stronger. But with all that said, I know we covered a few things here. I'd love to know your thoughts on all this. And then, with friends like Chris Gilbert's, who needs enemies? Also, don't worry, there is no reason why before this conversation we're having that you should know who Chris Gilbert is. Right? Because Chris, he's just a 26-year-old medical student who's getting ready to return to school to become a doctor, or at least he was, because last month his life took a dark turn. Right? Because he went to a lakefront seafood restaurant in Louisiana with some friends, and they're all hanging out on a dock overlooking the lake when Chris apparently falls in, which for most people might be a broken phone and some wet clothes, but for Gilbert it means potential death.
Yeah, because he didn't know how to swim.
So naturally the thing for any one of his friends would be to jump in and help him, but they don't do that. Instead, you see them in this video just standing there as he lies submerged in the water for more than 10 minutes, with then luckily a stranger from the restaurant diving into the lake and rescuing Gilbert and performing CPR on him. Also telling police the man was about 15 feet deep. And Gilbert's mom on KSLA News recalling the moment one of Chris's friends called her.
She told me that Chris had fell into the lake and he had been underwater for 20 minutes or so. And she was just like, oh my gosh, she just kept crying hysterically. And I was like, what is it? He's being airlifted to Shreveport.
So the family rushes to the hospital, and that's when they got the news.
The doctor called us in and told me that at that time that he was brain dead pretty much, and the rest of his organs were starting to fail, and that we had 72 hours.
Now, as far as what happened, Chris's friends initially told police that he just fell face first into the lake, and they thought that he was just playing a prank on them by not resurfacing immediately. But eventually, the cops find out that a woman in the group allegedly pushed him in. And when confronted, but she claimed that it was only horseplay and they didn't know he couldn't swim. And so for a while,
go save him. Then go save him.
But fortunately, there is a silver lining to this story, because now, after more than 2 weeks on life support, Chris has made a miraculous recovery.
Oh, good, he lived.
Telling the New York Post that he's eating and talking again.
Oh, thank God.
Hospital soon. Though notably, he is still recuperating physically.
Yeah, you pushed me in. You pushed me in.
So now you have his family and many community
members. He's got brain damage.
The police arrest the woman who pushed him in. And with
why?
That,
I don't
know. Accountable is because she is a white woman and Chris is a black man. And this is the family's also planning a civil suit against the restaurant, alleging that it failed to properly restrict access to the lake. Oh no,
the world is falling apart.
I would love to know your thoughts here in those comments. I think also there's a precautionary lesson here, aside from don't push people into lakes, you idiot. But it's also you deserve good friends. Right? I know proximity plays a big factor, but be careful and smart who you pick as friends. Right? Because it's those people that are the family that you get to choose in life, and you deserve to have good friends. And then y'all hear me talk about the importance of being and staying healthy, and it's surprising to me how many people don't see a doctor when you probably should. And listen, I get it, like the time that it takes to get an appointment, it's ridiculous, or maybe you've never had a doctor that you trust. But thanks to the amazing partner of the PDS, ZocDoc, they understand all your reasons and they're here to help you. Be it that scratchy throat that turns into something more, that nagging pain that starts to affect the rest of your body. I mean, ZocDoc can help. Because ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare highly rated in-network.
You want to know what I think it is? Thank God he didn't drown. I think we live in a world where most people wouldn't piss on you if you were fire to put you out. We live in a world like that now, where they're scared to even help you. Or they're too lazy or weird, or something like that. And I think that's the world we live in now. I think people are scared to help you. I'm jumping in. 10 seconds after that guy's in the drink, if I'm not seeing him come up, I'm jumping in. I don't give a shit. I'm dumping the cell phone. I'm jumping in. And I think a lot of people aren't like that anymore. I think it's actually what we're looking at here, you know? I think a lot of people are not like that anymore. I think they don't care if you live or die. I think they think it's funny when you can't swim. I think that's the humanity that we have now. I think we have so much people that someone living or dying doesn't really affect everybody. People don't seem to care when there's car wrecks and stuff like this. It's just, it's a world that is callous and cold. And that's a harsh thing. But it's true. I mean, I think that's the world that we live in. I think the friends stood around, not sure if they should save him, because A, they're slightly bad people, like Seinfeld. B, they just not that intelligent to think that maybe he can't swim. C, they just don't have any common decency and they're not seeing that chance to save someone and what that might mean to them. And they're not even thinking about like the brownie points that they can get, you know? They're just thinking of themselves, I think. That's the world that we live in, and nobody wants to say it, but I think that's the world we live in. I think it's a world based on attack all the time. Nothing but attack, you know? Hard attack all the time. Well, it's good I didn't lose this one. I mean, I've got 7 more, so we can do this all day. Whatever. Damn it. Okay, let's do some more work. So I am goldsmithing, and it is a new day. We have to get some of this mithril out of here. I should technically buy copper. Yeah, it's a good start. Let's see, how's this furnace? Nice, 1,200 metal frags. That's good. That's good. Yeah, and so got to take some wood and some metal to burn. Looking good in here. Hells yeah. This will be the 6th T2 that I'm going to put down. I've got 6 bases with T2s right now. 6 of them. Isn't that awesome? I'm actually doing so well as a solo player. I think I'm doing great. I gotta tell you, like, yeah, you're doing great, buddy. You've conquered your demons. You're getting better. You know, you're getting better at all the games. You're like positive and stuff. You know, it's like, it's sweet. I'm like doing so good. It's like really a good day. I guess I'll take the bow and fix it. I guess, yeah. We'll put down a. Now, yeah, I'll put down. Did I put down a research bench out there? I can't remember. Did they break the research bench? That's weird. No. Did I have a research bench out here? I can't remember. I think I had a mixing table. And I think it's gone. I think somebody broke it or something. But I want to make a research table, a repair bench. Yeah. And yeah. Oh, there's the repair bench. I don't want it. Never mind. There's that. I do want a repair bench though, and I will repair this bow. Imagine that's probably cloth, metal, and wood. Yeah, probably. And then I have a lot of scrap. Or no, I don't have a lot of scrap, but I do have a lot of metal on me. I do need like a little bit of metal. We'll just repair this bow. Right on. Love that sound. I love that sound. Oh, oh, there's two of them, huh? Okay, well. Redeem. There's another gun for me. There's another gun for me. Yay. Okay, let's do it. You. Oh, no, I am out of wood, am I? Okay, I'll have to go get some wood. That's alright. Put this stuff away. There's nothing but an axe and a bow. Yeah, put all that stuff away. I will eat to get a little bit of health or whatever, yeah, but mainly. Or get some water in the base. I could put down that. I don't know, I didn't really see, like, a place to put it. I am, like, out of wood? Am I full-blown out of wood? Yeah, I'm full-blown out of wood. I'll have to go chop some. Well, alright. Go do that first. Eh. Damn it, stupid tree. I'll shoot him in the ass. Oh! Is that the other one? Yes, it is. I got both of them. Haha. Now what? Okay, so you just don't like that, huh? You don't like that? What about like this? Yeah, like that. Yeah, give me that. Yeah, and then sweet. Where's the other one? Maybe I just have that one. Okay, let's do some gambling and listen to something else. Oh no, I finished this.
Your insurance and instantly book appointments with them online. I mean, we're talking about booking appointments with tens of thousands of top-rated, patient-reviewed, credible doctors and specialists. And the typical wait to see a doctor booked on ZocDoc, it's between 24 to 72 hours. Sometimes you score same-day appointments with doctors who have verified reviews from real, actual patients, not bots. Also, this app is so easy to use, and it's not just about finding your general practitioner. ZocDoc finds dermatologists, dentists, psychiatrists, eye doctors. I mean, I could go on. So just go to ZocDoc.com/Phil and download the ZocDoc app for free. Then find and book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/Phil. ZocDoc.com/Phil. The museum in Australia just moved a prized Picasso painting into the bathroom. I'll explain. Right, so the Museum of New and Old Art, or MONA, is a museum in the Australian state of Tasmania. And they've been stirring up some controversy because of its ladies' lounge installation by American artist and curator Keisha Keshala. You know, that's because the only men allowed inside are the butlers serving the women who visit it. Also, it's not just a Picasso inside. There are other famous artworks as well. Right, in this, because the whole exhibit is meant to be a work of feminist art in itself. Though, of course, that has not sit well with everybody. And so what we ended up seeing happening is that last year, when a guy named Jason Lau wasn't allowed to enter the ladies' lounge, he filed a complaint with Tasmania's Anti-Discrimination Commissioner, saying that he was discriminated against because of his gender. And saying, I visited Mona, paid $35 Australian on the expectation that I would have access to the museum. And I was quite surprised when I was told that I would not be able to see one exhibition. And one of the interesting things here is that Keshala actually said she agreed with Lau, but she also added that was the whole point, with Keshala actually saying to another man who complained about the exhibit, the exclusion of men is the artwork. And so when this whole thing was finally heard by a Tasmanian court last month, that's actually what her team argued. Her lawyer claiming that the work was necessarily discriminatory, and that denying men
Prop comedian
allowed them to experience it just in a different way. And with that, specifically citing a legal exemption that says that discrimination may be acceptable if it is, quote, designed to promote equal opportunity for a group of people who are disadvantaged or have a special need because of a prescribed attribute. Right, and to that point, the ladies' lounge is said to have taken inspiration from male-only spaces in Australia. For example, Australia only permitted women to enter public bars from 1965 on, and today you still have a number of elite gentlemen's clubs still excluding women from membership. But in the end, we saw the court disagree, and so the ladies' lounge has actually been forced to close temporarily, with the court issuing orders to implement reforms to make it compliant with Tasmania's Anti-Discrimination Act. And so what we're now seeing this week is while the museum also filed an appeal with the Supreme Court, arguing that the tribunal took too narrow a view when examining women's historical and ongoing societal disadvantage, Keshala also announced her strategy of malicious compliance, with one of her workarounds being to move some of the key artworks in the ladies' lounge, including works by Pablo Picasso, into a women's toilet. But notably, that's just in the meantime, because she's actually turning the whole installation into a restroom so that it would qualify for an exemption in Tasmania's Anti-Discrimination Act for the, quote, provision or use of facilities. Where they're saying that a toilet is en route to Mona and will be installed within the coming 45 days, and saying that this will be the greatest toilet and men won't be allowed to use it. Also, on top of that, Keshala is saying that the ladies' lounge will start offering Bible studies in order to meet the exemption for religious institutions, with her ironically highlighting Bible passages like this one from Corinthians, which says it is shameful for women to speak. And then, as if that wasn't enough, she suggested that the ladies' lounge could meet another exemption by functioning as a school, where they're saying there that they would charge tuition to men. Right? And so with this, for many, including Keshala, you know, they see this as turning the entire debacle into a giant art project. They're even telling the BBC that the high-stakes case made it feel like her artwork was coming to life. And actually, to that point, last month she arrived at court with an entourage of 25 women, all dressed in Navy business attire, who entered the courtroom in choreographed fashion, with the men reportedly silently reading feminist texts, posing, crossing their legs, and applying lipstick in unison during the proceedings. And this week, she appeared on Australian news reading the book Men Who Hate Women while being served espresso by a man. And while, of course, I'd love to know your thoughts in general on the situation and the art of it and the argument of it all, the only thing I can really say is I have, regardless of my opinion,
I like the being served espresso by a man thing. I think that's a wonderful touch.
Like, I didn't know you could be professionally petty as a job. If I knew that was an option growing up, granted, I still may legitimately have had the same job, but maybe I could have gotten to that.
You're a streamer. Are you sure you never hear about that?
Too stupid. And then we should talk about Social Security possibly running out of money. With now the Social Security Board of Trustees saying that the timeline to get more money into the program has been extended by 1 year into 2035. However, if nothing's done by then monthly payouts would need to be cut by 17%, which is actually slightly better than the last assessment, which was not only a year earlier, but a 23% cut. Right, Social Security largely relies on its trusts to pay out beneficiaries, and those are financed by things like payroll taxes that you and I cough up every paycheck. And the reason we saw things improve slightly, according according to officials, is because of impressive wage growth, historic job creation, and a steady low unemployment rate. Which, makes sense. If more people are working, that means more companies and employees are paying payroll taxes into Social Security. But it clearly didn't solve the problem, as there's still a deadline for benefits getting slashed. One of the reasons the issue is suddenly accelerated is because baby boomers have actually started to retire, which is why administrators over at Social Security are urging Congress to take some kind of action. And it's not just them saying this, right? You have advocacy groups like AARP, with its CEO saying Congress owes it to American people to reach a bipartisan solution, ensuring people's hard-earned Social Security benefits will be there in full for the decades ahead, saying the stakes are simply too high to do nothing. And this is the head of the fiscal think tank Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget warned, every year we get closer to the deadline. We seem to get further away from the solution. Social Security's retirement trust fund will be insolvent when today's 58-year-olds reach the normal retirement age and today's youngest retirees turn 71. And this discussion about how to fix Social Security, it's always been a big one, especially around election years. But this year, this is going to be when we start to see it become one of the big issues, as both parties have floated ideas. Right? For Republicans, the big push is to raise the retirement age, with the general argument being that more Americans are retiring as the population ages and fewer people pay into the system while living longer, healthier lives. But that comes with the drawback of current workers getting less money from the system overall, or they work longer, thus having a shorter retirement and less time getting paid out. And so we're seeing Democrats adamant that there are better ways to deal with the problem, preferring instead to go about it by adjusting taxes. Right? In particular, they want to raise the $168,000 salary cap on Social Security taxes. Because currently, with the way that it works, if you make $200,000 a year, none of the $32,000 difference goes towards the program. While just under 10% of Americans make that much or more, that's still a decent number of people, all of which adds up. And so because of that, President Biden actually wants to raise the cap to $400,000 a year. And you can also take almost all the same concerns and arguments and apply them to Medicare, which is also on the calendar to go broke by 2036, which on one hand seems very soon, but also on the other, it was actually scheduled to hit a wall by 2031. So it's actually been pushed back in the latest report for similar reasons as we saw before. Increased employment means more tax revenue to fund it. And so with this, on one hand, it's going to be very interesting to see how things actually play out and what moves are made. But then there's also the second thing of how much is this actually a motivator when it comes to people voting. Right? If I were to guess, the closer you are to retirement, the bigger a deal this is, especially because if you ask a lot of young people what they think about Social Security, most just don't think that it's going to be there when it's their time. But yeah, I got to pass those questions off to you. What are your thoughts here? And then finally today, to end on a light note, I got two things for you. The first is a congratulations, and the second is commentary. So first, got to say congrats to Danielle for being the latest winner of our weekly $500 giveaway towards any tickets on SeatGeek. Right, Danny says he's going to take his 4-year-old to Disney on Ice, all because he entered, which is awesome. And for everyone else, that's right, SeatGeek and the Daily Dip are still giving away up to $1,000 in tickets, and you should definitely enter if you haven't already. All you got to do is add code PDS to your SeatGeek app profile for a chance at the weekly $500 prize, no purchase necessary. And $1,000 prizes are available to Daily Dip subscribers who add code PDS newsletter, doubling entries and winnings. But with that said, let's jump into those comments. Starting off with the fact that there was a lot of back and forth regarding immigration, with that connected to what we covered with Moist Critical suing U.S. immigration, as well as those.
I can't believe Moist sued U.S. immigration. That's
like
funny.
Saying, it's such a crazy defense to say we didn't deny your right to marriage because you can go to another country. Like what? You could literally make that defense to trample any right. Our rights are about things.
Yeah, you have a right to get a marriage in another country at all times. It's not an argument.
Them, and adding the system is made to be as lazy as possible without any consequences. And some like Abden sharing their story, writing the U.S. immigration system is a joke. It took my case 10 years to process and only got processed the day after I emailed threatening to sue. Even then, I missed so many opportunities in my university because I didn't have my green card that should have been processed 5 years ago. And Anna sharing U.S. immigration is so annoying to deal with. I have 3 friends that have been here for years. They work on student visas and are trying to get their work visas. Their lawyers all said they have a great case.
These are good people. Thank you for coming. We need you. Yep.
Had to reapply. It's insane. And then in addition to that, there were a lot of people chiming in on the global glasses crisis, or with some sharing how life-changing this stuff can be for such a small amount of money, saying my wife paid for one of her cousin's eye surgery in Afghanistan. I think we sent about $200. After the surgery, she was so happy to see how beautiful the world was and was in tears when they spoke. And other comments reading, I got my first pair of glasses when I was 7. In 6 months, I went from requiring extra assistance for reading to reading at a 6th grade level.
I love the $200 comment. I think that's insane. Eye surgery for $200.
Speaking to the larger issue thing, the fact that we have separate healthcare for vision and dental health absolutely baffles me. These two things most definitely are a part of health. Or like how many stories do we need to hear about like how gum disease can lead to heart attacks and shit like that? And if it wasn't already apparent with these comments as well as our coverage yesterday, like vision has such a big impact on our lives and our health. So yeah, it really baffles me that we treat them like luxury organs. Well, a decent chunk of what we talked about involved the entirety of the world, and of course that involves a lot of places drastically impacted that are very poor. You'd sound like Brennan Cole sharing, saying, I'm an optometric tech here in the States. The amount of people over the age of 45 who come in without having their eyes examined in more than 5 years with visual acuity 20, 40, or higher is terrifying. My job has taught me that we may not have as many bad drivers as we think, but people just plain can't see. Not to mention, over the age of 60, with the risk of cataracts, macular degeneration, and glaucoma also affecting people's vision. PSA, get an eye exam at least every couple of years up to the age of 50, even if you can see. Not just for your benefit, but people around you. And I can actually kind of speak to that last point. My dad, for the longest time, was like, yeah, my eyes are kind of bad. So as a present, I was like, go get your eyes checked. I feel like you're probably gonna need cataract surgery. He went in. He was almost legally blind. He got the surgery. It's pretty much 2020. He's going in for his like 6-month checkup, I think, this week. One, it's life-changing, and two, yeah, I've learned that a lot of people do not realize how horrific their eyes are. But that is where your Wednesday evening, Thursday morning dive into the news is gonna end today. But don't worry about missing my stupid face, because remember, my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just
Philip DeFranco for the motherfucking win.
And I'll see you right back here tomorrow to break down more.
Thank you for the extra content for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel. I love the PDF. It's like almost an emotional, cultural thing for me now. People with sense. People with actual sense, you know? And not CNN. You're not gonna let me do it, are you? Oh, you suck so bad. Please. Please let me do it. Cannot build in this area. It's something. I don't know what it is, but yeah, that was not what I needed. Well, at least I got something, you know? Let's see how far we can go with it. You know? Will you give me anything at all for no reason? It seems like they made walls worse. Well, oh, there we go. Maybe I can fix it somehow. I can just, like, link off the base, I guess. Like, right there, I can just block my view, I suppose. Yeah, we could just seal off right there. Let's see what we can do to actually seal it. Like, I don't think they can... Yeah, I don't think they can get in that way. They can't. So, then... This has to be fixed, and I can't. There's, like, no way to fix it. Maybe if I can get some kind of thing. Oh. Wait, that's better than nothing, I think. Yeah. And then anything. Will you give me anything at all? No, you won't give me anything at all, will you? Well, it's better than nothing. It definitely prevents them from just shooting at me from out in the field, you know? That's the main thing. And, I mean, yeah, the pylon makes it so I can't seal it, but I mean, I should have thought about that when I built by it. I'm learning as I go, you know, what I can and can't do. So I permanently fucked up the design here, but I mean, like, I don't know, maybe, like, I don't know, can I get something? Right. I mean, it is kind of sealed. They can't get in from that direction. They've got to come from here. I wish it would let me link it somehow, like this. Yeah, let me link this right here, please. You won't let me do it. And that's the door, is it? No, that's the door. So really, if we could, like, seal this, like this. Oh! Sold. And there's the protection I want. And they can't. I mean, they, well, ooh, yeah, maybe I have to put the last one down there and plug it. Can I plug it? I don't know if you're going to let me. Oh, you can get through. Oh, well, not anymore. There we go. Not anymore. Not anymore. And I can even see out. I can see out to the pylon. It's fucking perfect. It was actually literally fucking perfect. Maybe they did improve walls. Yep. And then all I need to do is make one more. Yep. And this base is a little bit more secure, and I'll do this for each base as harassment comes, and, you know, win the race. I'm a long-distance winner, like my best friends, you know? I don't see why I can't win the race. Be something greater. I don't see why not. Yep, now I got a cool tower that's protected by a wall, and this base is evolving. Oh, it's now bad to get up there now, though, so I'll put a wall here to protect me from the door, because I think they can get on the pylon and shoot at me from the pylon, which is fine. I mean, you know, I'll have to put a ceiling on this if it'll let me. It might not even let me. We'll have to see. Oh, God, I put the door somewhere really bad, if you see. Really bad. I put the door somewhere really bad, but I mean, it's fine. It's something that I can't fix, you know? It's not something that's, like, bad. It's fine. What was that sound? Oh, people are shooting fireworks, yes. So, history. What else have we got? We gotta look at this, cool, that thing. Yeah, that thing. And, yep, HyperNet. Less and less stuff has been appealing to me lately. They seem to be really dropping those BPCs, which is just fucked up, man. I'll just buy it all. That's good. What's up, Kyle? About to take another piece of loot from you. What's up, baby? Let's see. Half price, baby. Come on, half price. What's up, Kyle? About to take another bit of loot from you. Oh, what's up, Kyle? You want to bump some titties? I'll take you, Kyle. I'll take your shit from you. Come on, beat Kyle. Come on, beat Kyle. I didn't do it. Wah. That's okay. Can't win them all. I usually do. Oh. Okay, so... Okay, so I can't block the door anymore because the door is blocked by a wall. Can't put a furnace there anymore because it's blocked. Maybe I can put it, like, in the corner there. No, it blocks too much. That's alright. What about right in the center? Does that work if I take that box up? Let's see. No. Oh, yeah, I do want to take the lock off, yeah. I want to take the lock off and pick up the... Oh, yep. Remove. Pick up the box for a second. Oh, it was so close. So close. But none of knows. Oh. Oh. Sold. Yeah. I got it. All right, back to work. Yeah, furnace. Yeah, mule. Wah. Back to work. This place needs light now. I need to take a solar panel up on that tower and just run it down to a battery. Can I do it that far? I'll have to connect to a battery. I don't know. I don't know. That actually may be too tall. But I think I can put a triangle pretty much any way, all the way up. And it'll let me. And I can just put the solar panel up there on the way up, I think. So let's do that. I think, or well, yeah, I think I've got tech trash here. We'll have to see. We'll put light in this place so it's not annoying, you know? I wish to put a solar panel down. That will take tech trash, which I'm not sure that I have. Ah, tech trash. Very good. Gotta cook high qual. We will make, I love how many bases I have, because I feel no fear. It doesn't matter what they do. It's like, in the end, my friend in this situation ended up being Helk. The developer did defend me on this one, which is kind of funny. It just, the system is set up to thwart them. It's actually kind of cool. I do enjoy it. You know? So now solar panel. Wire tool. I'm out of. Oh no, I guess yeah, but I'm out of high qual now. It's a shame I can't make a large battery. I don't have it. So, but that's all right. I mean, you know, it's funny. One light will do this place, and honestly, I only want it during the day, not the night, because it makes the base stand out to helis at night. So I'm just gonna set up for one single light right there. Like, I'm dead serious too. I'm gonna be like one light, you know, and I'm gonna connect it to the solar panel. And when the solar panel gets power, it's gonna provide power to the light. And when it doesn't have power, it will kill the light. And that's good. That you know, because you know, lights only really. I don't know. I really only want it during the like when the sun's coming up. Yeah, it's like 7 a.m. right now. Let's go place the solar panel. Now, they can shoot at me from the pylon, so every time I get up here, that's risk, but that's the only risk, really. Like, for instance, I could... Oh, ouchies. Ouchies. Oh, right, I had to put down a wall, and I forgot about that. So, yeah, we're going to put down several defensive walls so they can't just fire in at me, because that's the whole thing, you know? I fought these idiots before. Their low IQ is pretty predictable, and they can't win. But there are, like, you know, there are people who try. I will say that. They aren't like lazy, I wouldn't say. So, you know, you just don't leave them an opportunity and you're fine. You know. Damn it, that's not gonna work. That is gonna work, but it's like it's annoying. Yes, pick it up. Yes, no, pick it up. Make me a wall. I mean, shit, yeah, make me a wall. Like, pick this up. Yeah. Yeah. Why is there a rock in there? That's goddamn dumb. Right? I don't know. Will you let me make the wall now, though? Yeah, you will. So... Okay, cool. So, yeah, this works, and no matter what... well, no, I gotta leave one of them short so I can just get out. It's gonna be this one. Because I don't need defense from this angle, right? So this one, we just break, and we make, like, a permanent way up, right? And then we solidify... You know what would be better? Well... No, yeah, doorway could be better, I suppose, but I mean, I don't know. I think I just want this. This is fine. I want it to be open so I can just, you know, do what I need to do. Up there, oh god, now that's a problem, I think. Oh no, that's not a problem. I can get in. That's fine. Yeah, it's better to have a drop in, I think. So, yeah, and if I need the research bench, I can freely come to it over here because I can solve these walls. Oh, I guess I'll have to door. Yeah, I'll have to door. But that's alright. I mean, yeah, like, yep. I just protect from all sides here. Yep. Stone, and a door. And a lock, right? Yep. And, wow, I really gotta watch that spike. It'll fucking lay me out. Yep. This place isn't that safe anymore. Not even for, like, them, really. And, there we go. Okay, and, yeah, and now I can't really be shot at by... Wow, that thing fucking straight killed me, and now I've got to walk all the way the fuck back here, which is cute. Hopefully it gives me a nice spawn. I don't know. And I'll have a scarecrow there. I'm at snow. There's, where I live, which is good. I'm not too far. I really got to watch that pylon. Maybe I better think of an alternative way up. Like I'll put a ladder down on the side of the base, so I can just get up, you know, without like hitting that fucking wall, because that wall will steal a lot of time from me. So I'm just gonna shut it off as a venue entirely, and route around somewhere else where, you know, like a wall, like the wall will hurt me. It's really good to see the primetime population at 12, because if we can get 12, we can get 24. If we can get 24, we can get 150, because then it'll just go 24, 50, 50, 200. And one day I'll wake up on a Sunday morning, a couple years from now maybe, and there'll be 150 people here, and I'll be very happy. My favorite server, you know? I don't think that's going to happen, but I can dream, you know? I realistically don't think it's going to happen, but I can fucking dream that one day I wake up to the, you know, what's the word? The validation that I picked the right server for one of my, you know, for one of my 3 games. I think I picked the right games. It's FFXI, EVE Online, and Rust Zombies. And that's what I wanted when I started. It wasn't what I wanted when I started it. What I wanted when I started was large Rust clan, and then EVE and FFXI in the background when I'm not like currently at an op. But it ended up being solo Rust Zombies because I can't sync my schedule to somebody else, you know? That's just not, you know, that's not happening. I tried with the trio. Shout out to the trio, Steph and Zelly. I mean, we tried, you know, we tried. Trouble travels in threes. It sucks. It's hard to do. It's See, this is a long walk for just a wall, you know, so I'm just gonna skirt around the wall. Because that shit sucks. This sucks. Losing 10 minutes to that wall it is shitty, you know? Knife is good. Helps me loot. Helps you fight. I suppose I could hit this metal because there's really no reason not to. It's funny because, you know what I think about sometimes? Is on the zombie server, I have all the actual powers that people like Mimeo and you know, Alone in Tokyo and like Stevie and stuff, I have all the powers that they have that they give themselves with editing. They have to edit out all the farming, you know, because it takes too much time and it breaks the, you know, it breaks the flow of the video. But see, sometimes, I just pop the node. I pop it just, like, I don't need editing. The server just does that for me anyways. I pop the node half the time in one hit, you know? Sometimes it's like this where it's long, but it's uncommon. That last one was like 4 hits. Yeah, see, like, I just pop it, like, right quick, like, you know? So... And I think about that sometimes. Like, I am empowered by this wonderful modded server in ways that makes my stream appear like I'm running a full-blown edited video sometimes. Did you get what I'm saying here? No, I don't want that bear. He'll fucking straight kill me. Oof, yeah, get away from him. I don't have the health or the armor or anything at all. Maybe if I had like a kit, but eh. Bear on the move. Where are we? We are... There's 2 power stations and a pylon. Oh, yeah, we're at, whatever this monument is, I forget. Is it Train Yard? I think it is Train Yard. Oh, yeah, okay, so, yeah, alright. I am not that far from where I'm going, but you know... We're good. So there's desert. Oh, I got a level and I didn't spend it. So in the survival chart, medical chart, we are buying through to revitalization. So we're gonna buy fall damage evasion and stuff. But first is radiation damage evasion. It's resistances 40%. I now have, you can get 50% extra radiation protection. So if it's like a number that's like 65, it cuts it to like 33. So, and if it's like, you know, and I don't know, like if you have any clothes at all, you can just pretty much walk into any monument once you have those points spent. And it's not that bad. It's not that bad of a thing to spend points in, but I kind of resent it. He reshaped the chart entirely so that you have to like get all the way through those 10 points if you want to get to revitalization, because he understood how powerful revitalization actually is. Because you're like always full health. You never have to heal or eat or anything at all. You're just always healing if you're above 100 hunger. So like if you're a person who stays above 100 hunger, which I usually do unless I'm traveling like this, you're constantly at 100 health, which makes this game so much fucking easier. I didn't really know till I had it. Most of the hazards are about ticking your health in a way where you can't, unless it's direct combat. It's about ticking your health in a direct way where you can't like totally recover from it before it surpasses your health bar number and you're down on the ground and dead. And so with revitalization, you're always at 100 health unless you're directly in combat. So a lot of the haphazards and the dumb shit that you die to sort of gets erased. Like that wall wouldn't have killed me if I had revitalization, because by the time I got there, I would have been back up at like 80 health or something like that. Because revitalization's always doing this like epic, like endless battle to keep my health bar full, and I'm always taking like incidental damage from everything in the fucking world. It's so annoying. And so, yeah, revitalization is technically the best thing in the chart, in my humble opinion, as an RPG person. And then right next to revitalization is one of the other valuable ones, is a lot of that incidental damage comes from fall damage. So, you know, like, you know, so revitalization in its own way is a very strong mitigation of most of the things that actually do tick your health bar down, which is fall damage. And so once you reach revitalization, you also cure the other problem that you have, which is all the incidental fall damage that you take all the time in this game, which I didn't really approve of in the first place. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like I could dangle from the top of a 3rd-story building and not take almost any damage to my human body at all. And I weigh 300 pounds, and I feel like I could do that right now. And so, and take 0 damage. I'm talking like you wouldn't even really be bruised or anything at all. You might be a little bit scared. You know, you might take some psychological damage from it, dropping from a 3rd-story building. You know, it'd be fucking scary. You'd be like, oh, Jesus. But if you dangle down, that by, like, especially if you're tall like me, that buys you like a whole story almost. So we're talking about jumping down from the 2nd story of a building. That's not that bad. It's bad falling off the roof of a house, but it's not like, if you're expecting it and you're jumping. Fuck, this guy's a problem for me. He's a scarecrow, and he's not going to stop. And I have to, like, pretty much outrun him. No, maybe he's a runner. I don't know. He's acting like a runner. Never mind. Anyways, so there's a monument that I don't live by, because like I have kind of wandered farther away from my goal, I think. But I do see something that I can guide by. And honestly, I don't mind running back from spawn all the time. I'm sure that probably annoys the fuck out of the fucking stream snipers. But, you know, for me, it's like, honestly, every single time I do it, I get a little bit more XP, and I have to do something. Usually I have to like chop a tree or something like that. That forces the XP bar to go up. So I actually don't mind taking the spawn run every single time. It gets you better at hardcore. It gets you better at being a Rust player. It gets you better at being a video game player. And it's just, you know, you start to learn the incidental hazards better and how to stay away from them. And like, for instance, like that pack, I used to just run past them and be like, oh, well, you know, fuck them. They'll run and then they'll stop. Now I just avoid entirely, because I'm like, you really just don't want the complication at all. You don't want them coming after you, because if you get in a fight or anything south, and they have a huge aggro radius now, like they're going to aggro right now, but I want these 2 nodes. I don't care. Look, it was a double. I don't care. I want this node. I'll throw down another base if I have to. I technically should. Like this is not a bad place to live. That pig is bad juju now. Gotta stay away from him. Is he chasing me? No. Oh god, cactus. Please tell me the pig will fight the zombie. Nope. I think the pig is after me and I could possibly kill him. I have 25 cloth. I'm going to make bandages now and attempt to get my health up before this becomes a problem. He is after me, but I do have some time. I imagine I'll probably beat him in the end. So, yeah. Hey, we're getting towards where I live. That's good. I went the wrong way. But I admit now that I think I know where I'm at. Yep. I know exactly where I'm at. Yep. Okay. Oh, yep, yeah. We know where we're at. So, pumpkin. I should have got more, but I felt like one pumpkin was probably enough. My God, that's a lot of pigs. The whole server is like a, ooh, black thoroughbred? No, brownie. Brown bay. That's okay. It's better than nothing, you know? I'll take it. Time is of the essence here. I want to get that fucking solar panel to the light. And my body's on the ground. I want to get back to it. If I have to get in a knife fight, I will. I don't have the cloth, or I would produce a bow and arrow. Oh, there he is. I love the scarecrows because they really kind of counter nakeds pretty well. I like them. Door, where is it? Oh God, the door, where is it? Oh God, the door, where is it? I'm on the wrong side. Fuck. I remember the door, where is it? Oh God, is that it? Yeah, that's it. Oh, that's bad. Well, that sucks. Oh. That sucks. Ah. You fucker. Well, gotta move fast. I got bit. You motherfucker, man. God damn it, shut up. Shit. It dudded? It dudded. Tell me that dudded. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Why didn't it explode? Where, oh, did it roll? It probably rolled. Oh, it's under there. Wait, yeah, like, did it go over here? There it is. Oh, I got the bean can. I didn't know you could do that. That's actually so cool. You can get a bean can off him. It dudded. Well, thank you, Mr. Fucked Up fucking Scarecrow. Fuck me up. I hate you. Fuck you. I'm sorry. Goddamn bit me. I wonder if the medicine works now. The medicine should work for the goddamn bite. It's like it used to. Man, I don't know. All. Just dump all. I'll lose it all if I don't. Was that everything? I am turning. No. Where's the rest of my bodies? That's it. That's everything, right? Yeah, I got everything off that motherfucker. I did. So, whatever. It's good that I got the wall. I'll take it. I'll take it. So, anything that can go in there. Anything that can go in there. Anything that can go in there. Take the stone out. That's okay. This base is doing great. I'm gonna take the metal out and the high qual. Space is doing great. I can move on to another base here. We'll put metal in the furnace and wood Before I turn. Hurry up, you. Hurry up, you. There we go. That's good. That's good. Gonna get shut out of the space here in a second unless the pills work. But, you know, maybe the pills work. I doubt it. But did you fix it? No. Nope. 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 These are anti-rad pills. They won't do anything. I don't have antibiotics. That won't work. So, okay. We are done with this run on this base, I guess. I didn't get the solar panel down, but that's alright. I'll be back here. We'll take a random spawn somewhere. I gotta close up the TC, make sure the front door is done. I definitely upgraded the security on one of my 9 bases. Very good. So we'll go and rent to a random base next or just build a new one. I'll let him die. I really dislike that Russ forced me to play a male character. I think it's sexual discrimination. I really dislike my male character. Always have. Lucky had that complaint. Lucky was like, I can't stand. She was like, I can't stand my character. And she was a ball black dude. So she was a ball black. Yeah, she was a ball black dude. And she hated it. And I felt for her. I was like, I feel for you, Lucky. I can't stand my putz of a white guy. I can't stand him. I hate it. I just would never voluntarily play a white guy. There's, you know. There's something I could do quickly if I could get it made fast enough. Hurry up, you. What do you mean? Get that fucking starred. No. Well, I won't lose the gears, but I'll have to come back here. Son of a bitch. I mean, I kind of want to come back here anyways. There's something I can do to make it better. You know? Get up. Get up. No, I gotta bite. I'm done. I'm done for. Hell, I'm gonna take the debt to go piss. I'll be right back. It's alright. Fucking scarecrow bit me. I didn't know he was on the other side of the fucking wall. Forgot to shut off the lights. Oh no, we're good. Or no, I'm not. I gotta shut off that light. Oh. Is that guy rated or decayed? He's decayed. Or rated. This is the dumb way to do it. How's this going? Am I in space? Yep, still doing good. Claim my item. Yay. You are off filter now. Sinister exotic filament blueprint. I didn't finish oh, I did finish the PDS, yeah. Dark Deity 2. How Bethesda lost its magic. Student loans. Destruction of Drake. Dark Deity. Student loans. President Joe Biden on the Howard Stern show from 5 days ago. How Bethesda lost its magic and how to get it back. Dan Schneider sues his haters. The dumbest scam in gaming. How Penguin Zero destroyed YouTube's worst content thief. I never did watch this one. Stormy Daniels is an NSFW testimony of Vladimir Putin wins Democratic election. We'll go back to the drawing board here. Yeah, Holdovers 2 is a turning point. Fake veneer scam. Unchecked green in gaming. How the industry is destroying itself. Upper echelon. I like upper echelon, but he has some things that worries me. Maybe I'll take upper echelon off my list. I don't recommend this channel anymore. I'm terribly sorry. He's too right-wing. And sort of whatever you want to call that stuff. Alpha or whatever. I'll call them what they want to be called. Alpha? He's too alpha. Which to me is a bad thing. House kills Marjorie Taylor Greene's effort to oust Speaker Mike Johnson. What do we know about U.S. decision to pause Israel weapons shipment? Trump runs out of rope with stunning trial update. That's from 3 hours ago. Let's hear about that.
Found in contempt for violating his gag order a staggering 10th time. It looks like the former president and current criminal defendant has officially run out of rope. Judge
Wow.
told his attorneys
Yeah, if you talk again, so we're gonna make it 1 million. Yep.
former president of the United States,
So
possibly the next president.
we're making this 1 million.
Reasons why incarceration is truly a last resort for me, but at the end of the day, I have a job to do. So as much as I do not want to impose a jail sanction, and I have done everything I can to avoid doing so, I want you to understand that I will, if necessary and appropriate.
Go judge.
They're awaiting a decision from Judge Juan Merchan, and he kind of took us through some major moments early this morning, talking about the gravity of the situation, the fact that it would also involve Secret Service if he were to be put in jail, if he were to violate this gag order. Although he is not putting him in jail for now, it seems to be yet another threat for the former president to not continue to violate this gag order. It seems like the judge is ready, willing, and prepared to put the former president in jail if he continues to violate the gag order.
He's a criminal. It's where he belongs.
Understanding the gravity of that situation and really what it would go into in making that decision.
He incited a riot.
The line in the sand drawn by Judge Merchan. What remains to be seen is what happens not if, but when Trump violates his gag order again. Judge Merchan will be put in the position where he'll either have to abide by the conditions that he himself set forth, or he'll continue giving Donald Trump wide latitude to violate his orders, which will effectively tell Trump that
I think he's starting to understand. I didn't think he ever would. But I think even the dum-dums can kind of understand sooner or later. I think he's so dumb that he didn't really understand how this works. He's gonna be in court for the rest of his life. We kept saying it, but he didn't seem to understand. He's gonna be in court for the rest of his life. I'm not saying that to harm anybody or to speak out against him or, like to be mean to the Republican Party. I'm not saying those things to taunt them or something. I'm saying he's going to be in a courtroom for the rest of his life. He really is, and I think he's finally starting to understand it. You can't fight City Hall. It's this old cliche. Not even him, you know? And they've got official beefs with him. He's done fucked up. They're going to go after him for lying and tax evasion and RICO and all this other stuff that they usually go after the gangsters for. And it doesn't matter if he held the highest office in the fucking land. He'll spend the rest of his, or even if he wants it again, he'll spend every day of the next 20 years in court. Whether he thinks he's going to run for president or not, whether he drums up the Republicans into a blood frenzy or not, he will spend the rest of his life in jail. Not in jail, but to me, it is kind of a jail. It's worse than jail. He'll spend the rest of his life in a courtroom, though. I mean, it's not jail. He gets to go home to his wife at night, who he cheated on a bunch of times. I suppose that's probably pretty fun for them. It's in the market, and, it's in the fucking, it's in the public's eye right now. This one's about him cheating, She probably hates his ass, And so, this thing about, running for president, sure, go right ahead. If you think that you can be anywhere but a courtroom while you're doing it. Did you think the American people will stand by while you serve trial? And this courtroom isn't interested in taking 5 years. I think they're going to bang you right now, I think. They're conscious of that idea. The judge is, does not like Trump, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's a Republican. Wouldn't surprise me, I don't know. That is a beautiful base, I must say. And I like the pumpkins on the front. It's a good, tasteful base. I like it. It's too big for this server, but it's, it's a really great base. I mean, I don't know. Those boys dominate this place. Why can't they have nice things? I don't see that. I don't have a problem with that. I came out here to look for that, right? Yeah. Alright. I think I'll use some of my resources right here, actually. I've got so many bases. There's 5 that they know about and 4 they don't. It's actually really awesome. It's like me winning. Like literally. As the grenades go off in the distance, it's hilarious. That needs to fire up. Excuse me. Now I'll make a an axe, and I don't know, how's my cloth out here? It's like 103. I think I can afford a bow, yeah, to defend myself, I guess. I don't mind prim fights. Fireworks. Yeah. Legion propulsion wake limiter. I'll take 5 of these right now. I'll take like 6, 7, 8, 9. Take like 10 of these, yeah. Shut up, Kyle. We're gonna bump some titties again. Come on, let's beat some Kyle for 5 million. Come on, baby. Big money, big money.
Above the law. Hopefully, Judge Merchan understands the implications of his next move in that scenario.
I love that jail and Trump are the main words on MSNBC's lips.
And sadly, even the fact that Judge Merchan opted to treat Trump's 10th violation with another slap on the wrist is evidence to
I lost.
that in fact this judge isn't up to the task of holding Trump to account in the same manner as any other criminal defendant. To that point, here's MSNBC legal analyst Glenn Kirshner outlining his waning faith in Trump being held properly accountable, and he actually uses one of Judge Merchan's own statements to prove his theory.
Today was the 10th count of criminal contempt of court that Judge Merchan found Donald Trump guilty of beyond a reasonable doubt. And yet, what did he say? He said, well, another $1,000 fine. What we now know, Brian, is there has been no appreciable punishment or sanction for Donald Trump's first 10 violations of Judge Merchan's order not to talk about and endanger witnesses, jurors, and others. Now, once again, Judge Merchan gave him a stern warning, do it again, do it for an 11th time, and you might see the inside of a jail cell. But there's something that Judge Merchan said that was infuriating to me. And let me read it so I know
exactly what you're going to say.
This is upsetting. He said, the last thing I want to do, he is saying to Donald Trump, is to put you in jail.
You're a judge.
President of the United States and possibly the next.
The last thing you want to do.
Well. What did Judge Merchan convey? And I have been very supportive
Yeah.
of Judge Merchan in the way he has presided over this trial, but you got to call it out when you see him doing wrong. What he said was, in substance, if you were any other huck, any other defendant, anybody who did not have power, privilege, status, wealth, position, you'd be in jail, right? For 10 counts of contempt of court, you'd be in jail. But I don't want to do that to you. Why? Because you're the former president, and you might very well be president again. That is offensive to the equal application of the rule of law, and it, made me a little bit nauseous when I read it.
In other words, Judge Merchan has made it clear that he is doing everything in his power not to incarcerate Trump. And if it wasn't already blatantly obvious by his actions, or lack thereof, it's now even more obvious by his words. But with that said, despite Judge Merchan lobbying for Trump's freedom, Trump himself very clearly seems not to want to test the limits of his gag order any further. Sure, he'll say stuff like this.
And frankly, you know what? Our Constitution is much more important than jail. It's not even close. I'll do that sacrifice any day.
Donald Trump proclaims himself ready to do that personal sacrifice any day. And I want to be clear with you, legally and otherwise, both in the context of this trial and just him running for president right now, he has every right to talk that way, to describe himself how he wants. And as for the claim there, I can tell you factually, Donald Trump has rarely taken personal legal sacrifices, and the many different cases of probes that have ensnared him and others, he often lets even his former close aides get in trouble, get subpoenaed, pay big legal bills,
Get subpoenaed.
or even go to jail, and he's generally sat out those big fights. We covered one with his former aide Peter Navarro, where for months Donald Trump wouldn't even sign a piece of paper affirming Navarro's defense that he had invoked a type of privilege which didn't apply, but whether he tried to invoke it for Navarro. My point being, that was not much of a sacrifice, and he didn't do that.
He'll romanticize the idea that he's the next Nelson Mandela and that he'll gladly get locked up to protect the Constitution or whatever other nonsense he's telling himself. But I believe that the guy realizes what the reality of him sitting in a jail cell would be. Sure, he could rile up his base who's already voting for him. Sure, he could squeeze in for some...
You really think you're gonna get presidency if you're in jail? You really think if you go to jail, you're gonna get to be president?
Possible, but think about the implications on the broader electorate.
Yeah.
It's really gonna help Trump with those independent voters and suburban moms and pro-democracy Republicans out there to see this guy languishing in a jail cell? You think that's going to make them want to vote for the guy more? You think that's a smart campaign move to end up in jail? And I'm not talking about Donald Trump's base.
No.
People are already on board.
They're on board.
People who are actually up for grabs, who Trump needs if he wants to win the election. And
They won't do it. They'll be like, no, I'm not voting for a crazy person criminal.
Prison cell. I don't exactly think that's going to help him. And I think Donald Trump knows that. For as little self-control as this guy seems to have, even he can recognize the damage that him sitting in a jail cell would have on the broader electorate. And while he may be able to grift his supporters for some more cash and ramp up the victimhood to a 10, if he wants to get elected in November, he probably knows that staying out of jail is the better option here. Consider, too, if he wanted to be jailed, he could have very easily already done it. He could very easily attack Michael Cohen or Stormy Daniels. Instead, he actually is attempting, albeit clumsily, to exercise some restraint. Here's what that awkward effort looks like.
And it's a disgrace. And then you have the other thing that maybe is even more disgraceful is the gag order.
You're such a bad loser.
I have to watch every word I tell you people. You ask me a question, a simple question, I'd like to give it, but I can't talk about it. Because this judge is giving me a gag order and says you go to jail if you violate it.
Again, if he wanted to be locked up, he wouldn't whine about his gag order. He would simply cross the red line and violate it once more.
They were talking about how he might end up in jail if he continues to violate his court orders. Is Rikers prepared for that?
Our amazing commissioner, she is prepared for whatever comes on Rikers Island. We don't want to deal with a hypothetical, but they're professionals. They'll be ready.
Frankly, I think at this point Trump is contending with a pretty crushing realization. He looks weak. He wants his supporters to believe that he's in charge, that he's tough, that no one can stop him from saying what he wants to say or doing what he wants to do. But in reality, this trial is exposing the fact that he is very much not in charge. He is at the mercy of a justice system that at least theoretically shouldn't care who's sitting in the defendant's chair. And so Trump's air of invincibility that he relies on to dupe his fans is withering away in real time. Instead, the guy looks weak. And for a self-proclaimed strongman, there's nothing worse. He is stuck in a courtroom, whining about how cold it is, falling asleep, begging for days off, having temper tantrums in the hallway. Donald Trump is the image of weakness. And I bet that even he knows that the only way for him to look even weaker than he already does right now is if he was stuck in a jail cell. He'll pretend that it's some badge of honor, sure, but he will look like a pathetic, desperate criminal, even more so than he does right now. Before you go, to see more content from MSNBC, make sure to subscribe to the channel by clicking the link right here on the screen. And you can also follow the link to see some exclusive content only on TikTok.
Yeah, it was entertaining. Take the criminal to jail. Agreed. Oh no. Oh no. The world is burning. It really wants me to fucking watch that. I'm not interested. Sorry. I like her a lot, but I'm not interested. You keep trying every time. Business basics, huh? Alright. This one's long. China versus Japan. Why Japan is prepared for war. Compilation. Yeah.
Their defense budget by
The hell is that?
Japan's western flank now. Japan sees risk and threat.
Japan is going to increase its military budget by 26%. This is Japan's largest military budget increase since World War II. In 2023, Japan will spend around 6.8 trillion yen, or $55 billion, on its military. And Japan's Prime Minister, Fumio Kishida, wants to make this budget even larger. He wants to double Japan's military spending up to 2% of its GDP by 2027. That's about $73 billion. This plan will make Japan the third biggest military spender in the world. It seems that Japan is turning its military around. For decades, Japan's military was purely for self-defense.
Thank you, Business Insider. I've liked your Business Basics. I've liked and subbed to your channel.
A reputation in East Asia, but now Japan has turned the ship around. It wants to develop a counter-strike capability. Japan wants its military to be able to fight a war. That's what the growing military budget is about. Japan wants to buy more ships, aircraft, ammunition, drones, and hypersonic missiles. It will develop a new 6th-generation fighter jet together with the UK and Italy. To add some context, 6th-generation fighter jets are the best in the world. Japan will also purchase tons of drones, like the Turkish Bayraktar drone. In short, Japan will spend billions of dollars to upgrade their military. The question is, why?
We can feel a rapid increase in the severity of the security environment around our country, in countries and the region surrounding our country. A strengthening of nuclear and missile capabilities, a rapid military buildup, and attempts to unilaterally change the status quo through power are becoming more pronounced.
Before moving on, just a quick reminder to hit that like button below. YouTube has been restricting my videos a lot recently because of reports from CCP bots. So your like does help out this video massively in terms of the algorithm.
Really?
All right, now back to top.
I did it. I gave it to him.
Is rapidly deteriorating. Countries from East Asia are building up their militaries and alliances. Prime Minister Fumio Kishida blames 3 countries for this: Russia, North Korea, and China. With Russia, well, it's obvious. When Russia invaded their neighbor Ukraine, Japan got worried. The fact that Ukraine is a neighbor of Russia's is important for Japan. You see, Japan neighbors Russia too. And surprise, surprise, the Russia-Japan border is disputed too. Russia and Japan both claim that they are the owners of the southernmost Kuril Islands. There had been conflicts between Japan and Russia, but in more recent years, this conflict has cooled down. There's no fighting between Russia and Japan, and it'll likely stay that way. Russia's war with Ukraine hasn't gone smoothly, to say the least. The war has been going on for 10 months. Russia's military has been underperforming Putin's expectations. It would be foolish for Russia to start another war on its eastern border. So, Russia isn't Japan's biggest worry. Japan is probably more worried about another country that's close to them, North Korea. Because when you think of North Korea, you think of nuclear bombs. That's right.
North Korea has launched a
I
missile
do?
over Japan, sparking anger in Tokyo.
I don't think nuclear bombs when I think Korea. I think Koreans. North, which sucks, and South, which is awesome.
Korea has repeatedly flown missiles over Japan. This is terrifying for Japanese citizens. They know
Yeah.
perfectly well what could be on those missiles. Nuclear warheads. Kim Jong-un has an estimated 40 nuclear bombs. That's nothing compared to the United States' 31,255 warheads.
That's
But
how many we've
40
got.
Nuclear warheads are nothing to treat lightly. And
Yeah, you know, about 10 or 20 for every single country on the planet.
North
Why
Korea
not?
is definitely one of the reasons for developing a counter-strike capability. When Japan has hypersonic missiles of their own, Kim Jong-un will think twice before attacking them. But even North Korea isn't the biggest reason for this military spending increase. China is.
China.
China, for the last 30 years, China's
military spending has increased drastically, at least 42-fold.
Tensions have already been escalated very much by China.
China is the largest threat to the security of Japan. I quote an official national security document here. It describes China as the greatest strategic challenge ever to securing the peace and stability of Japan. This is a huge change in attitude towards China. In 2013, Japan described China as a strategic partner, but a lot has changed since then. One chart can explain this: the military spending of China and Japan. You see, in 2013, the situation was a whole lot different. Japan's military spending was around $49 billion, while China's military was already on the rise with $164 billion in 2013. And this isn't even close to the current number. China's military budget is now close to $230 billion. Beijing has increased its military budget by around 7% every year. Meanwhile, Japan's budget has been shrinking. The Chinese military is now 4 times as big as that of Japan's, at least in numbers. But Japan will stay safe, right? There's no reason for China to attack Japan? Well, not quite. Japan's in a very dangerous situation.
Taiwan wants to show that it's ready.
Military jets flying towards Taiwanese airspace.
Taiwan is self-governing, but China sees this land as its own.
Yes, we are prepared for to face every kind of challenge. The situation is getting worse, and we need to prepare for the worst possible scenario.
Japan's dangerous situation has to do with Taiwan. China doesn't like the whole Taiwan situation. Xi Jinping wants Taiwan to be a province of the People's Republic of China. If Xi doesn't get what he wants, he could use his military. We all know that China is provoking Taiwan with military drills. China sends Navy ships and military aircraft over Taiwan's border all the time. In 2022, China sent 1,727 aircraft over the Taiwan Strait. While this is alarming for Taipei, it also causes a big headache for Tokyo. The first issue for Japan is its proximity to Taiwan. While Tokyo is around 1,300 miles from Taipei, some of Japan's territories lie much closer. These territories are called the Southwest Islands. This island chain is just miles away from the Taiwanese mainland. The island closest to Taiwan, Yonaguni, is just 100 miles away from Taipei. It goes without saying that these islands are located at a very strategic location, and Japan knows this. Japan has lots of military bases on these islands. Or, well, should I say the United States of America has lots of military bases on these islands. One island stands out: the Japanese Okinawa Island. This island hosts 32 U.S. military facilities. In fact, 70.6% of all the U.S. military land in Japan is located on this island. This is where things get tricky for Japan.
Are you willing to get involved militarily to defend Taiwan if it comes to that?
Yes. The United States backs up Taiwan's independence. If China attacks Taiwan, we can't rule out U.S. military intervention. In other words, we can't rule out an all-out war in East Asia. This is where Japan's Southwest Islands come in. They house very important military bases. If the US gets involved in these conflicts, these Japanese island bases will be very important. As a NATO ally, Japan would certainly back the US up, so these bases on Okinawa will be crucial in a possible war. The thing is, Xi Jinping knows this. He knows that if he wants to attack Taiwan, he needs to prevent a US counterattack from Japan. Long story short, it's possible that Japan could be dragged into this Taiwan conflict.
Japan unveiled a new national security strategy today, along with details of its biggest military build-up since World War II.
That's what Japan is preparing for. It wants to prevent China from attacking its bases on the Southwest Islands. This is a huge reason for why Japan is spending billions of dollars on its military. Japan wants its military to be able to defend the islands. In order to do this, it needs to be able to strike China back at any moment. China won't drag Japan into the conflict if Japan can do this. For this counter-strike capability, well, you need an advanced and powerful military. So Japan has to break their purely self-defense policy to protect themselves from China's threat. But there's more to be discussed here. China and Japan are very similar to each other in a lot of ways. To understand that, we have to go back in history.
The 50s marked a turn for the Japanese economy. It began to industrialize, and it became a hub for the development of electronics, automobiles, steel, and other high-tech devices. Products soared, and the economy skyrocketed. In the 60s, it was dubbed the economic miracle.
In the 1960s, Japan's economy was rapidly expanding. It grew by an average of 10% a year.
I don't really understand that.
In 1968, Japan's economy
it's the
became
TC,
the
isn't it?
second largest economy in the world. Japan's economy continued to grow. In the 1980s, American media thought that Japan would overtake the United States as the biggest economy. At the time, it sure looked like it would. TVs, cars, computers, they were all being made by gigantic Japanese corporations. People started publishing books about how these corporations would take over the world. Japan's economic system was superior to that in the US, until it wasn't. After the 1990s, Japan's economy stagnated. Did Japan take over the world with its superior economy? Nope.
In 1976, right after the death of Chairman Mao, the economy was a wreck. The new leader of the People's Republic opened China up to the world, and bringing so much investments that they eventually turned China into a global factory.
After Japan's economy stopped growing, a new East Asian giant emerged: China. The CCP's leader at the time, Deng Xiaoping, opened up China's doors to the world in new economic reforms. These economic reforms worked very well. China's economy grew by more than 10% a year. In 2010, China became the world's second largest economy. In recent years, the media has been catching up to this. China could overtake the US as the world's largest economy. The similarities start to show between China and Japan. The Japanese and the Chinese economic miracles are remarkably similar to each other, and Japan's economic miracle failed. China's economic miracle could fail for the same reasons. There are a few reasons for Japan's economic downfall. It began with the lost decade. In 1991, a massive asset price bubble collapsed in Japan. Real estate and the stock market were priced insanely high. This had to do with huge quantitative easing, or money printing. The Japanese government was printing way too much money. This resulted in way too much money going into Japanese markets, and Japan was artificially creating a huge bubble. And, bubbles have a tendency to burst. The Japanese bubble was known as you can see on this chart. After a huge peak, the Japanese stock market index fell by more than 50%. More than 30 years later, the Japanese stock market still hasn't recovered. And that's a big bubble. Whether China will experience such a bubble remains to be seen, but China is certainly not immune from such financial disasters. Just look at China's housing bubble last year. After the Chinese housing market crashed, the entire Chinese economy took a hit. But it's not only an asset bubble that caused Japan's economy to crash. Japan's economy still hasn't recovered from the lost decade. Much of this has to do with its population collapse. This can be explained with two charts. Since 1980, Japan's population increase has been slowing down, and during the last decade, its population has been declining. What's even more concerning is the average age in Japan. Japan's population has the highest median age in the world, with 48.6 years. This means that a huge part of the population is too old to work. Because Japan's population was too old, the Japanese economy could never recover from the lost decade. Now, there happens to be another country with an aging population: China. China's population is aging faster than any other country in modern
What do you mean
history.
faster?
We can look at Japan and see what the effects of this are. An economic slowdown. You see, China's economy was powered on cheap labor and exports, just like Japan. But with an aging population, you don't have the people pull that off anymore. And China's population is aging fast. Look at China's population under 40. Those are the people you need for your economy. But this population group is going to collapse in China. So Japan had a huge asset bubble and a population collapse. China has a housing bubble and a population collapse of its own. But there's one more similarity to be drawn: competition. During Japan's economic miracle, Japan was the only developed economy in East Asia. But in the 1990s, Japan wasn't alone in this anymore. Meet the four Asian tigers. South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Singapore had economic miracles of their own. This was good news for East Asia as a whole, but bad news for Japan. The industries that Japan dominated, such as electronics, now faced competition. And the four Asian tigers performed very well in these industries. Japan couldn't be the economic powerhouse of the world anymore, because these other countries took their market share away. Now back to China. China is currently the manufacturing hub of the world. It produces a whopping 28% of the world's manufacturing output. But the same could happen to China as Japan. There are a lot of other countries waiting in line to snap China's market share away. India, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and Vietnam, just to name a few. These countries all have one thing in common: low production cost. Take India, for example. India has the lowest manufacturing cost in the world. This will be detrimental to China's manufacturing industry in the long term. If it's cheaper to manufacture in other countries, businesses will move away from China. Apple is already planning to move its manufacturing out of China. Again, we can look at Japan and see how this will play out. After it lost its dominance in its industries, its economy changed to a service-based economy. This took away a lot of the explosive growth it had when it was a manufacturing economy. The same will happen in China, too. Or rather, the same is happening in China, too. U.S. manufacturing orders in China fell by 40%. The move to the new Asian tigers is happening right now. It's inevitable that the Chinese economy will slow down, just like the Japanese economy did. But how is this related to Japanese military budgets, you ask? Well, when the Chinese economy slows down, it'll be the end of an era. When China stops growing, we'll see a geopolitical shift in East Asia. Much of China's power has to do with its economic growth and its huge population. But when you take those things away, the whole thing could collapse like a house of cards. Will it make the region safer? Perhaps it will. But on the other hand, a destabilized China could be more dangerous than it is now. An economic slowdown will debunk many of the reasons for President Xi Jinping's absolute power, if any. And a dictator losing his grip on power is pretty unpredictable. All Japan can do is prepare for the worst. This is China, the dragon of the East and the world's second largest economy. This is Japan, the land of the rising sun and the world's third largest economy. There is no love lost between these two powerhouses, and it might not be too wild of a statement to say that a brutal war in Asia might be an impending inevitability.
There is the historical threat from China. Both nations have territorial disputes.
Chinese government ships entered the Japanese waters.
By 2027, Japan will have the third largest defense budget in the world.
It's a very strong feeling in China that Japan is the enemy.
China's massive military buildup in the Pacific.
Japan is arming itself like it never has before.
China and Japan have had squabbles and near incidents for years now. But it seems like the time for talk is nearing an end. In what has been a steep departure from its years of pacifism, Japan, at the beginning of this year, announced that it will double its military spending to 2% of GDP in the next 5 years. That is the nation's largest buildup since the Second World War. This action would make Japan the third largest military spender in the world, behind only China and the USA. But what is Japan's reason for this drastic action? Well, China. Or, in Japan's own words, China poses the greatest strategic challenge ever. This present moment seems to be the final tipping point in what has been a troubled 1,966 years of hostile coexistence. The big question is, where is this hostility rooted? In this video, I'll seek to explain the combative relationship between Japan and China, the history behind their relationship, what the future holds for these two East Asian powerhouses, and if indeed war is on the horizon. Alright, before we jump into things, be sure to hit that like button below. It helps out a lot against the bots who try to dislike the video to kill its reach. Recently, the channel was mass reported for my coverage about the Russian war, which led to a big hit to the views. So your likes really help out a lot. Thank you. Sakoku is a Japanese term that roughly translates to closed country. In Japan, this word is one of great historical significance. It represents a simpler time, a time of dynastic rule and noble lords, a time when samurai and warriors had little need to defend the land, a time of peace and stability. For 215 years, the Tokugawa shogunate implemented Sakoku. This made Japan an isolationist state, uncorrupted by profane foreign cultures. Until one day, in 1854, when an American Commodore and 1,600 Marines arrived in Yokohama to turn their world upside down. Of course, that's not completely true. Yes, Japan had been a quote-unquote closed country for about 215 years. But before that time, they had plenty of exposure to outside cultures. By the time Commodore Perry turned up in Tokyo, then called Edo, Japan had already built and destroyed close cultural bonds with a wide array of nations. Even so, Sakoku was no joke. During this time, nearly all Japanese commoners were forbidden from leaving the country. Likewise, only a scant few foreign nationals were ever allowed entry. While the Tokugawa shogunate allowed some trade with the Dutch and the Chinese, this was sorely restricted. And yet, despite these shogunate's best efforts, people across Japan took a great interest in what they called Dutch studies, a catch-all term for European engineering, medicine, and military science. The demand for foreign writings eventually grew so great that the government was forced to lift the ban on outside publications in 1760. The shogunate would go on to fully embrace the study of Dutch texts, eventually creating an agency dedicated solely to translating these works for the Japanese public. Remember this, it'll be important later. There was one foreign land the Japanese elites respected above all others. China culturally influenced the island nation since the year 645, when Emperor Kotoku wrote into law the Taika Reforms, a set of legal codes based around Chinese Confucian philosophy. The reforms, designed to centralize control in the hands of the emperor, were derived from a series of envoys who had been sent to China to study every aspect of their culture. These diplomats became proficient in Chinese writing systems and Chinese literature, studied Chinese diet and architecture. They even scrutinized the manifold religious traditions popular during the Tang Dynasty. These reforms quickly came to dominate Japanese governance and many core aspects of Japanese life. The role of women was restricted in Japan, just as it was in China. The land was reorganized into provinces and counties, just as it was in China, and a top-down system of governance was introduced, with a system of administration and written law that replaced the patchwork of hereditary institutions once endowed with the power of governance. These changes would echo through Japanese history. Fast forward 1,200 years to 1845, and Japanese students are still expected to learn Chinese and study the Chinese literary classics. And while foreigners from China were still restricted to the port of Nagasaki, they were the only nation granted the special privilege of a small residential district within the city. But even considering these special privileges, relations between Japan and China weren't exactly warm. Since the late 1670s, there was an active national learning movement presented within Japanese society. This intellectual crusade took the view that Japanese culture was inherently pure. It decried the overabundance of Chinese academia, advocating for a focus on the history of Japan and the Japanese imperial family. And, at its core, national learning sought the eradication of all so-called corrupting foreign influences. Chief among these foreign influences was, of course, Chinese culture. The movement focused heavily on the Japanese language and the structure of the nation's historical development. Taking a page out of the Neo-Confucianist book, these early Japanese nationals created the Dai Nihon Shi, or in English, the History of Great Japan. This prodigious work of Japanese history and pride, like many products of the national learning movement, was ironically based upon the Chinese model of intellectual nationalism. While the Chinese Empire emphasized the study of Chinese classical literature, the National Learning sect attempted to draw focus towards the poetic works and feudal traditions of ancient Japan. Despite its occasionally derivative nature, the National Learning movement's proponents eventually mounted a full-scale war against all foreign influences. This included an attempt to purge Japan of all Buddhist and Confucian institutions. A lofty task, given that the Japanese state was run based on Confucian principles, and each Japanese citizen had to be registered at a Buddhist temple. Certainly, the National Learning movement was not an immediate success, but its core tenets took root during the Tokugawa shogunate and steadily spread. During his reign from 1680 to 1709, Shogun Tokugawa Tsuneyoshi made it a policy to encourage national learning among scholars of the era. He and members of his clan actively provided funding for the National Learning Scholarship. In 1728, nativist scholar Karuna Azumamoro established his National Learning Academy in Kyoto, where he emphasized the purity of the Japanese imperial dynasty and discouraged Buddhism and Confucianism as corroding influences, attracting many Shinto clergymen to his way of thinking. By 1746, one of his students, Kamo no Mabuchi, was hired to lecture members of the ruling Tokugawa clan on ancient Japanese history. In 1760, Kamo no Mabuchi became a wandering scholar. He traveled throughout Japan, preaching a dualistic ideology, in which Japanese culture, with its more fluid grammatical structure, was representative of all that was good and natural, while Chinese culture, with its strict grammar and more structured writing, was the embodiment of the artificial, unnatural aspects of the human life. In 1765, Kamo no Mabuchi penned his seminal work called The Study of the Idea of Our Country. Published in 1806, decades after his death, the book took aim at the prevalence of Chinese learning, which was so common in Japan. In his text, Kamo managed to encapsulate the core of the national learning philosophy. He argued that Chinese life was comprised of nothing but terror and suffering, owing to the periodic rise and fall of the many imperial dynasties. He juxtaposed this idea with the allegedly more consistent, more stable Japanese dynasty, which national learning scholars so adored. Thus, in this national learning movement, we can see the beginnings of the Japanese nationalism that would come to dominate, a set of ideas that held Japanese superiority, the purity of the unbroken imperial line, and a general distaste for Chinese society and culture at its core. It's February of 1854, and the United States Commodore Matthew C. Perry is sailing into Tokyo Bay for the second time. On his first trip, the Commodore approached the island nation with a fleet of 4 vessels and a letter from President Millard Fillmore requesting a treaty that would establish diplomatic relations and bonds of trade between the two countries. Today, he has returned after half a year, this time with 9 ships in tow. By the end of March, he will have secured the signature of Emperor Komei on the Treaty of Kanagawa. Still favoring its long-time isolationism, the government of Japan was predictably displeased to find itself trapped in a place. Perry's expedition and the ensuing treaty left Japan feeling more vulnerable than ever. Only 12 years before the Kanagawa Treaty was signed, Japan had watched its neighbor to the west fall prey to the military might of the British Empire. The First Opium War was a massive defeat for Imperial China. Despite its wealth and grandeur, the powerful nation had failed to maintain its own sovereignty, losing its right to ban opium imports and finding itself locked into a treaty that gave land, trade power, and significant legal authority over to the British. While Perry's treaty was not nearly as invasive as the one that the Chinese had been forced to sign, it was still viewed as an egregious usurpation of Japanese authority. The 1854 agreement established 2 minor ports where American naval steamships could refuel and stock up on supplies. It also protected American whalers, provided for the humane treatment of shipwrecked American seamen, and established an American consulate in the city of Shimoda. Above all, this meant one thing. Sakoku was dead. Isolation was over. And Japan, whether it liked it or not, was now part of the international community. By 1858, Japan had signed treaties with Britain, Russia, and France, as well as a second treaty with the United States. Altogether, the island nation was now trading with almost every foreign power that expressed interest in doing so. Furthermore, the nation had granted extraterritoriality to many foreign states, preventing the citizens of other nations from facing trial inside of Japan. The swift evaporation of their country's sovereignty left the people of Japan disillusioned and dissatisfied with the leadership of the Tokugawa shogunate. The nativist spark that national learning principles had been coaxing for decades was now ready to ignite. The military movement to overthrow the shogun and restore the imperial family to power began in 1866. The feudal domains in the south and west of Japan had long expressed dissatisfaction with the rule of the shogun. Despite their similar inclinations, they were trapped in a cycle of feuding interests which kept them forever divided. At long last, after the laundry list of unequal treaties had been signed, the clear encroachment of foreign powers forced these regions to unite. They could not have chosen a better time to coalesce. For the people of Japan, after centuries of isolation, were not well disposed towards the mass of outsiders whose trading vessels now gathered in their ports. Their rallying cry was Sono Joi, revere the emperor, expel barbarians. On November 9th, 1867, Tokugawa Yoshinobu willingly gave over his rights and privileges to the emperor. After 10 days, he resigned. And the
Beautiful, isn't it?
shogun was no more. The events that followed represent one of the swiftest periods of development in the great saga of human existence. This period is known to history as the Meiji Restoration. In 1867, Japan was a nation in crisis. The regime that had ruled Japanese society for centuries was out of power. The young Emperor Meiji, not yet in his 15th year of life, was now tasked with governing a country of 34 million. And Japan, feudal and underdeveloped, now seemed destined to meet the same fate as its neighbor to the west. And yet, by 1895, their fortunes had reversed. Japan found itself the most technologically developed and industrialized nation in Asia, with a military strong enough to face the very empires that had broken their isolation a mere 41 years ago. How? There are many factors that come together to explain the seemingly miraculous rise of the Japanese Empire. But before we discuss what Japan managed to achieve in its rise to the top, we should identify the groundwork that made it possible. Despite its regressive political structure and intense isolation, Japan was a shockingly well-educated society. Samurai, the Japanese warrior class, quickly turned towards bureaucracy to make themselves useful during the country's 2 centuries of peace. These warriors and their children became local government officials, tasked with keeping records and enforcing the law. To give their samurai the necessary administrative skills, many daimyo, Japanese feudal lords, opened schools to educate their loyal retainers. Additionally, many of the common folk had money enough to send their children to Terakoya, a type of private school that taught basic reading and writing skills. Their population was also vastly more urbanized than one would expect for a nation whose economy was based largely on agriculture. This urbanization likely also owes its existence to the surplus wealth generated by avoiding violent conflict. With such a heavily literate population, it's no wonder fields like Dutch studies became so prominent in Japan. Though they did not immediately act on the knowledge they consumed, members of Japanese society were still uncommonly well informed on matters concerning the more developed portion of the globe. While their physical infrastructure lagged far behind Europe and the United States, the shogunate's governance may have actually managed to build a feudal population more inclined towards rapid reform and development than any other in the course of human history. With this ready foundation, Japan began its rise in 1868, when a council made up of military leaders who restored the emperor to power was formed. Most of these state councilors were ambitious young men from the lower rungs of the samurai, but what they lacked in experience, they made up for in skillful planning. The old feudal domains were abolished and replaced with the system of prefectures that is still used today. The old class of feudal lords gave up their land and power to become kazoku, noble peers of the realm, with seats in a chamber of parliament modeled after the British House of Lords. The samurai class was also abolished, and these warrior families became shizoku, a class between the commoners and nobility with no special privileges beyond a modest imperial stipend. In 1872, the local militias of noble houses were abolished and replaced by a unified standing military, organized in the style of the great imperial powers of the age. A new system of conscription mandated 3 years of military service from all men of all classes. A unified command office was created in 1878 for naval and army actions. These joint chiefs of staff answered directly to the emperor and were given broad authority in matters of military planning. The spirit of loyalty and obedience that had once been the province of the samurai came to define the new, drastically enlarged military class. Young men throughout Japan were transformed during their mandatory service. And when they went home, they carried the ideals of the armed forces and the old samurai's Bushido code back with them. The military found profound success, both as a defensive force and as a method of social transformation. The Japanese economy saw similar modernization. By 1880, all major cities were connected by telegraph lines. In 1882, a modern banking system was established in Japan, and was paired with government programs to fund private industry. By 1872, Japan's first railway was constructed. By 1890, more than 2,000 kilometers of track had been laid. Japanese imports increased by $435 million. Exports increased by $395 million, an average increase above 400% in just 34 years. Needless to say, industrialization was achieved. As Japan modernized and embraced its imperial vision, its eyes turned toward mainland East Asia. Korea had been a tributary state of Imperial China since the mid-4th century. But China had never exercised complete control over the country. Korea's tributary status was often ceremonial in nature, leaving the peninsula with control over domestic affairs while they ceded authority over international matters to the dynasties of Imperial China. But by the mid-19th century, China was in dire straits, having lost much of its own autonomy in the Opium Wars. Japan, on the other hand, was rising in the east and ready for imperial expansion. Now, Korea was a strategically important location for both China and Japan. The peninsula was a buffer zone between the two nations and would be supremely relevant in any conflict between the two states because of its potential to dramatically shorten supply lines. Instead of crossing the entire China Sea, the Japanese would only need to cross the much shorter Yellow Sea if a conflict arose. And for Japan, the economic potential of the Korean peninsula was too great to ignore. While Japan is comparatively lacking in natural resources, Korea is rich in iron and coal reserves. For a nation so eager to expand, the opportunity to improve military readiness was too great to ignore. As Japan, the rising star of the East, grew even stronger and China's dominance began to fade, conflict in Korea became inevitable. On September 20th, 1875, a group of Japanese sailors went ashore on Ganghwa Island in Korea's coastal waters. The men, sent to request water and supplies, sparked a violent response from the local Korean military installations. The island's forts fired on the sailors' vessel. The Japanese ship, called the Un-Yo, responded with exceptional force. First by bombarding the island's military fortifications, then by landing on the island to set the locals' homes ablaze. In the end, the Koreans were left with 35 dead, 16 captured, and 1 fort destroyed, all by a force of 22 Japanese sailors. 5 months and 6 days later, the Treaty of Ganghwa Island was signed. The agreement was not unlike the Treaty of Kanagawa, but this time Japan was the aggressor. Its provisions officially ended Korea's tributary relationship with China, opened 3 Korean ports to trade with Japan, and granted Japanese citizens extraterritoriality within Korea's borders. For the next 8 years, China and Japan jockeyed for influence over the Korean people. While Japanese leaders supported Korean modernization efforts and defended reformers, China threw its lot in with conservative traditionalists, including the Korean monarchy. Tensions came to a head in 1884 when the Japan-backed Enlightenment Party of Korea attempted a coup d'etat against the China-backed monarchy. While the coup was a failure, it did result in a mutual agreement between China and Japan to withdraw all their troops from Korea. This brings us to the tipping point. The first great conflict in the modern era between Qing Dynasty China and the Empire of Japan, the First Sino-Japanese War. For a period of 10 years after the attempted coup, tensions had a chance to cool. That all changed in 1894, when Kim Ok-kyun, the pro-Japanese Korean leader of the failed uprising, was lured to Shanghai and murdered by Chinese forces. His body was taken back to Korea aboard a Chinese warship. There, his dismembered corpse was put on display in public as a warning to the pro-Japanese rebels. Unsurprisingly, the people of Japan saw this grotesque display as an inexcusable assault on Japanese national pride. China had just butchered a man whose entire life was dedicated to taking Korea down the same path of modernization that Japan was undertaking. Later that year, after the breakout of a peasant rebellion in Korea, Chinese officials sent troops over the border to help defuse the rebels. Already on edge, Japan saw this.
Why do you guys do that? Why do you send troops?
To keep troops off the peninsula.
Yeah, they're like, everybody's like, what? Like, everything's fine. Why did you send troops?
Soldiers were marching on Korean soil.
This is how wars get started.
Sent by China. Quickly, the rebels began to lay down their arms, encouraging all foreign warriors to leave the peninsula. The Korean king was similarly inclined and ordered all Chinese troops to leave his country in hopes this would mollify the Japanese. These efforts backfired. With a large military force on the ground and no Chinese soldiers to stop them, Japan marched into Seoul. They quickly captured the king and gave him the title of Emperor to signify Korea's final and complete detachment from Imperial China. After this, China sent over 11,000 elite soldiers, the best troops they had to offer, aboard the Kaohsiung. But as the ship sailed across the Yellow Sea, it was destroyed by the Japanese Navy. As the ship and the soldiers sank, so too did the hopes of the Chinese people. Since the end of the Opium Wars, Imperial China had attempted to renovate its military, doing its best to modernize in the way Japan had. Their inferior weapons and tactics showed that their efforts had all been for naught. War was not declared until August 1st, 1894. While the international community predicted China, with its vastly larger army, would attain an easy victory, the reality of Japanese modernization soon set in. The vastly superior Japanese forces were able to slash through the poorly funded Chinese Navy and eviscerate the enemy nation's supply lines. After this, they cut off Chinese forces in northern Korea and encircled Pyongyang. On September 15th, Prince Yamagata Aritomo led Japanese armed forces as they converged on Pyongyang. The prince's 10,000 troops did battle with the 14,000 Chinese soldiers in and around the city. By the end of the day, 6,000 Chinese troops lay dead, missing, or injured, with only 568 casualties on the Japanese side. Overwhelmed, the Chinese left the city, falling back behind the border in hopes of defending the homeland. Little did they know, these efforts would also be in vain. Japanese forces managed to invade Manchuria, north of Beijing, and the province of Shandong, to the south of Beijing. They proceeded to fortify their control of all naval routes into the capital city. Quickly, the Japanese Navy and Army, from land and sea, managed to seize control of Port Arthur, a port city on a tiny peninsula between Korea and northeast China. It was there, on November 21st, 1894, that Japanese armed forces perpetrated the first in a long line of large-scale war crimes on Chinese soil. The massacre came after the discovery of several injured Japanese soldiers, men no longer fit for combat, who had been physically mutilated, burned, and killed by Chinese soldiers and bounty hunters. There is documentation of many Japanese troops, including Lieutenant Kijiro Nanbu, pledging to seek vengeance for what was done to their injured comrades. Though the city had been evacuated, there were still thousands of civilians remaining in Port Arthur when Japanese troops entered the city around 2 p.m. Multiple reports of the events that transpired were set down in writing by Japanese soldiers. When the slaughter was done, an unknown number of corpses were left to rot. Within the city, at least 2,600 were killed, but the majority of the deaths occurred in the suburban hills surrounding Port Arthur. The massacre's total death count could be as high as 20,000. Upon seeing that their capital city was under threat from the north, south, and east, the Chinese sued for peace. What followed was the Treaty of Shimonoseki, signed in April of 1895. In this document, China recognized an independent Korea and made substantial territorial concessions. China gave up Taiwan and the 64 smaller surrounding islands that made up the Pescadores archipelago. They even stooped so low as to give away the Liaodong Peninsula, the landmass upon which Port Arthur sat. In addition to the land concessions, China was expected to give Japan 17.6 million pounds of silver as war reparations, and granted Japan trading privileges within Chinese territory. The defeat China suffered was so severe that European nations saw additional opportunity to encroach on Chinese authority, causing a cascade effect that would trigger several revolutionary movements that would eventually see China's Qing dynasty removed from power. China's Qing dynasty came to power in the mid-1600s. For centuries, the regime faced violent conflict and rebellion from within their own borders. The ethnically Manchurian royal family encountered frequent conflicts with the majority Han Chinese population and a variety of secret societies, religious sects, and ethnic minorities that existed inside their vast land empire. By the mid-1800s, the Opium Wars, severe corruption, poorly managed military affairs, and cascading natural disasters resulted in widespread famine, killing some 40 million. Needless to say, the Qing dynasty was already primed for a total collapse, when, in 1850, a failed civil service student named Hong Qichuan started a rebellion by claiming to be the younger brother of Jesus Christ. For the next 14 years, he and his army of followers, mostly starving peasants from Guangxi province, led the most successful rebellion that the Qing dynasty had ever faced. By the end of the rebellion in 1864, as many as 30 million people had died in the conflict. It was then that the Qing knew they would die. Seeing a path to power, radical reformers rallied around the 5-year-old emperor Tongzhou in 1861. China's first ever foreign affairs office was founded, alongside state-funded schools teaching English and French. By 1865, the child emperor's government was manufacturing arms, and the nation's first naval blockade was constructed in 1866. A new naval fleet was commissioned and became the 8th largest in the world. In 1872, Chinese students were sent west to study in American universities and brought valuable knowledge home when they returned. And after using their modern weapons to finally defeat several ongoing rebellions, it looked like the Qing dynasty might actually save itself from utter defeat. However, even as the government tried to change, a series of conservative forces held China back. While the study of modern science and technology
Mike Soriyama comes to
many young
mind.
people had little faith in the new path being offered. Study of Confucian classics and passage of the standardized civil service exam was the only reliable route for those wishing to advance their own careers. The things taught in American and European universities were seen as valuable to the nation, but earned Chinese students little respect and even less job security. And though China had purchased a new fleet of ships from all across Europe, its navy was still clumsily managed. Their naval forces were essentially broken up into 4 separate fleets, each functioning in its own region with little to no coordination. The partially modernized army suffered from a similar lack of centralized leadership. Troops were often conscripted and trained at the local level, leaving China's army broken up into several smaller fighting forces, each led by a different high-ranking imperial official. In 1873, the 17-year-old Emperor Tongzhou was put in direct control of the government, despite his age. This move showcased a core flaw in the Qing dynasty's modernization movement, namely their complete unwillingness to emulate new modes of governance. Without the more consultative, merit-based forms of government that dominated more powerful nations, China struggled to construct a resilient society. Rampant corruption and institutional malaise proved too great a challenge, even for the most ardent reformers. Needless to say, the self-strengthening movement was a failure. Except the Tongzhou reforms weren't Imperial China's only attempt at reform. After Tongzhou's death in 1875, the Guangxi Emperor ascended to the throne. And while he spent his first 24 years in the office only nominally ruling while his aunt, the Dowager Empress Cixi, governed, he did have a brief 9-year window of power, beginning in 1889. Following China's embarrassing defeat in the Sino-Japanese War, a panoply of groups across the country began advocating for modernization. Intellectuals across China began to publish works arguing for various paths to reform. And in 1898, during his aunt's semi-retirement, the Guangxu Emperor began to accede to the requests of certain moderate reformers. On the 11th of June, the emperor issued his first reform decree in which he asked the people of China to study foreign subjects like medicine and engineering. Shortly after, the emperor began to speed up reforms, moderating himself less and less. In total, 40 separate imperial commands aimed at modernization were written into law. The Confucian civil service was to be dismantled and replaced with a national system of universities and lower secondary and primary schools. Modernized systems of commerce, medical education, and scientific research were adopted. Advanced industry was promoted. The nation's law codes, the civil administration, and the military were all reworked to emulate European, Japanese, and American systems of organization. Though inspiring, the emperor's reforms didn't last. The very same year they were written into law, in 1898, the old guard of Imperial China began to chafe under Guangxu's reforms. Corrupt military leaders, local governors, and Confucian civil administrators felt power slipping through their fingers. These forces quickly rallied around the more conservative Dowager Empress Cixi. Forced out of retirement, the Dowager carried out a coup d'etat and restored herself to power. Though 2 important imperial advisors escaped to Japan, at least 6 of the emperor's reform-oriented staff were executed. Guangxu was imprisoned in his palace, rather than being killed. The people of China, left frustrated with government inertia and despondent over the barrage of foreign attacks, found hope in a wide array of political movements and secret societies. Chief among them was, and I'm not joking, the Society for Righteous and Harmonious Fists, more commonly known as the Boxer Movement. The Boxers were a complex group with a fascinating array of beliefs. But, at their core, the movement had one goal: to rid China of all they considered foreign influence. The movement began in the 1890s in northern China, and originally was dedicated to overthrow the Qing dynasty. However, as time passed and their membership rosters expanded, the Boxers grew increasingly focused on the foreign powers that had come to dominate key spheres within Chinese society. The Boxers were most prevalent in Shandong province, just south of the capital Beijing. In this province, poverty had grown relentlessly after years of war, drought, and famine. To make matters worse, unemployed youth turned to banditry en masse to survive, worsening conditions in the region. Chinese Christian converts became a lightning rod for peasant resentment. The faith became a shield for many bandits because of its official protection under imperial law, owing to various treaties signed with European powers. Many converts were able to avoid punishment with impunity. Meanwhile, in Beijing, Dowager Empress Cixi was looking for a way to combat foreign influence. Despite their anti-Qing origins, imperial conservatives largely saw the Boxers as a useful tool to combat foreign powers. After a brief skirmish between the two factions, agents of Cixi convinced the group to abandon their opposition to her government and instead support the Qing in destroying the foreigners. After this, the governor of Shandong began to employ Boxer bands as local militias. In late 1899, Boxer gangs began openly assaulting Christian missionaries and their local Chinese followers. These Boxer forces began to march north, distributing anti-Christian propaganda to local peasants. As the march went on, the Boxers burned foreign-built buildings, tore down churches, and slaughtered groups of foreigners and predominantly Chinese Christians. In May of 1900, the Boxers had come to surround the rural areas near Beijing. The city of Beijing housed a population of over 1 million, with a significant number of foreigners in the International Legations Quarter. The legation's fearful residents and the actual diplomats who lived there began to contact their nations for help. In June of 1900, the foreign powers responded to the Boxer mobs with an 8-nation alliance. A force of 2,100 Marines and sailors began to journey towards Beijing. Before they could arrive, thousands of Boxers flooded the city of Beijing and began a mass killing of Chinese Christians. A population of 3,000 Chinese civilians found refuge within the walls of the legation's quarter. On June 11th, Japanese ambassador Sugiyami Akira was assassinated by Boxer troops when he tried to leave the city to meet the incoming relief force. On the 17th of June, a second legion of the Eight-Nation Alliance seized control of the coastal Daegu forts. The next day, Dowager Empress Cixi ordered the indiscriminate killing of all foreigners within the country. The terrified residents of the legation's quarter found themselves besieged. Having received word of the Boxer Rebellion, the Eight-Nation Alliance swiftly assembled a force of 19,000 troops, more than 40% of which came from Japan. On the 14th of August, the massive force took control of Beijing, ending the 8-week-long siege of the legation quarter. After much negotiation, in September of 1901, the Boxer Protocol was signed, mandating $330 million in reparations be paid to the Eight-Nation Alliance, an indemnity far smaller than what the Japanese initially requested. Despite initial Japanese opposition, American diplomats persuaded the alliance to abstain from seizing larger pieces of Chinese territory. Instead, they were convinced to embrace the open-door policy, concocted by U.S. Secretary of State John Hay, which mandated Qing territorial integrity be protected, leaving China open to equal investing and trade with all powers. From 1904 to 1905, the people of Japan fought and won a war with the Russian Empire. The historic victory showcased the extent of Japanese power in East Asia. The war saw Manchuria, the enormous northern homeland of the Qing, placed under Japanese control. What's more, after losses to European powers following the First Sino-Japanese War, Japan had successfully regained control of the Liaodong Peninsula, where the city of Port Arthur sat. And perhaps the greatest prize of all, Korea was now firmly under Japanese control. Unsatisfied with the open-door policy, from 1905 to 1907, Japan sought greater territorial control in China. Having taken control of Taiwan in 1895, the Japanese Empire saw the nearby province of Fujian as the ideal place for expansion. However, at this time they were also trying to obtain loans from France, which supported the open-door policy. The French, fearful of territorial conflict, bound Japan to the policy as a condition of their financial agreement. In 1907, the Japanese forced the abdication of Gojong, the Korean monarch. After his departure, the monarchy was removed from power and an extensive campaign of Japanese domination began in the country. In 1910, Japan officially annexed Korea, beginning a manifold effort to forcibly integrate Korea with Japan. A web of Japanese military forces, business interests, and Meiji-era officials seized control of the education system, the police, land ownership, and other key aspects of Korean life. Japanese settlers and businesses interested in agriculture were given land that had been seized from Korean peasants. Those same peasants were forced to perform days of compulsory labor and paid exorbitant taxes to fund large-scale irrigation projects.
Why?
In schools, Korean language and history were suppressed, while the Japanese language was promoted. These abuses would continue in Korea for the next 35 years. Perhaps chastened by the disastrous Boxer Rebellion, Qing officials seemed to experience a brief period of lucidity. From 1901 to 1911, Cixi and the imperial court implemented several last-ditch reforms attempting, once again, to modernize their country. In 1901, the administrative office was established with a board of 5 well-respected statesmen responsible for overseeing all reforms. The office resolved to institute political reforms that would transform China into a constitutional monarchy over the course of 12 years. In 1906, the process began, and by 1909, China was holding actual parliamentary elections and elections for regional provincial assemblies. From 1902 to 1907, provincial administration was partially reformed. These changes saw the financial and military power of local governors dramatically reduced and modern policing practices established. In 1901, an Office of Foreign Affairs was formed. In 1905, the imperial examination system of the Confucian classics was abolished, and modernized academics were established in every province to replace it. Tax collection was largely standardized across the country, and new, simplified law codes were established. Reforms made to the military were of similar significance. 1901 saw the founding of a new training system for Imperial Army and naval officers, as well as the establishment of 3 well-stocked arsenals in major cities. In 1903, military readiness was partially addressed with the creation of the Central Training Command. The largest regional army, based in Beiyang, was turned into the new National Army. A lengthy plan to reorganize the army was published in 1904. The report included plans to increase pay, thereby reducing corruption amongst the enlisted men, as well as plans to observe provincial officials to ensure central decrees were enforced at the local level, and plans to assign non-commissioned officer positions to literate soldiers with sufficient expertise. But just as these new directives were implemented, a movement was brewing. Millions of Chinese citizens throughout America, Malaysia, Hong Kong, and other nations began to organize. In 1894, a Chinese-born resident of Hawaii named Sun Yat-sen founded the Revive China Society. The organization, largely populated with Chinese expatriates, was dedicated to fomenting revolution against the Qing. Having received substantial donations from supporters, Sun returned to his homeland, intent on sparking an uprising. His plot failed miserably, and the revolutionary went into exile. But by 1897, Sun had attained great notoriety as the face of Chinese revolution. That year, he moved to Japan and forged close bonds with supporters of the Pan-Asianism movement. In addition to asylum, he eventually began receiving political and financial backing from the Japanese. With the covert support of a powerful nation, Sun Yat-sen's influence began to grow. In 1898, popular Chinese reformist Liang Qichao fled to Japan and established a Chinese publishing outlet. Liang's propaganda, which argued for revolution, was an enormous success. Using Japan as their base of operations, Sun and Liang began to win converts at an exponential rate. In Tokyo in 1905, Sun became the head of the United League, a revolutionary coalition. With chapters across America, Japan, and Europe, the group was particularly attractive to Chinese students studying abroad, making their membership unusually well-educated. But after supporting 12 failed revolts in mainland China, Sun and other revolutionaries began to feel the heat of Qing oppression, even from their hiding places abroad. In 1907, the Japanese government pulled their support for Sun and asked him to leave the country. Unbowed, Sun used his celebrity to fuel a tour across Europe and the United States. As the Qing declined and the propaganda continued to flow, the cause of revolution gained increasing support. In October of 1911, in southern China, the movement for revolution finally caught fire. The Qing, unable to contain the spread, began negotiating for a constitutional monarchy. However, even this concession could not stop the numerous provinces from declaring their support for Sun Yat-sen's revolutionary coalition. Sun quickly left the United States and headed for Europe, where he ensured neither the British nor the French would give aid to the failing Qing. This latest attempt at revolution was indeed a great success, and liberal reformers began the work of establishing a Chinese republic. The new government based itself in Nanjing. Though initially elected as provisional president by the National Assembly, Sun Yat-sen resigned the office, giving it up to Yuan Shikai, the most powerful military leader of the Qing forces, in exchange for an alliance to secure the new republic. However, despite their rapid rise, the new Republic of China was not as secure as many assumed. President Yuan largely ruled using military force alone, and ignored the provisional constitution that the National Assembly put in place. Dissatisfied with his leadership, provinces began to declare independence. Warlord states sprung up, and chaos began to spread. When thinking of the First World War, most minds reasonably turn to Europe. But the Asian sphere, though less central to the conflict itself, was still the backdrop for a massive expansion of Japanese influence over China. In 1914, when the war broke out, Japan saw great opportunity. Having signed a treaty with the British Empire in 1902, the Japanese were well placed to join the Allies and fight the Germans in the Pacific. Since 1898, Germany had controlled the city of Qingdao in Shandong province. A joint Anglo-Japanese force, led by Japan, lay siege to the German-controlled region. By November of 1914, the Germans had surrendered, leaving much of Shandong in Japanese hands. The events that followed are known to history as the 21 Demands,
Yeah.
a Japanese attempt to diplomatically strong-arm China into granting the Pacific Empire many of the special privileges that European powers already enjoyed in the country. The demands were wide-ranging. Some were aggressive, but nevertheless expected requests like extended control over Port Arthur, Manchuria, and Shandong, or guarantees of Japanese railroad and mining interests in the country. Other demands, however, were far more extreme. For example, Sections 5 and 6 of the demands would have given Japan power over matters of taxation, government financing, state decision-making, and internal policing, all of which would arguably make China a Japanese protectorate. Enraged and dumbfounded, Chinese President Yuan Shikai rejected the initial demands. The Japanese returned to the negotiating table with a simplified list of only 13 demands, the more egregious requests having been omitted. Tacked onto the new demands was the ultimatum giving the Chinese only 2 days to respond. Yuan Shikai capitulated to Japanese demands and signed the various agreements into law on the 25th of May, 1915. In China, domestic resentment towards the deal with Japan and the Treaty of Versailles was explosive. The issue became known as the Shandong Question, and served as a lightning rod for a new sense of Chinese nationalism. This sense of national outrage mixed with national identity was, in no small part, dependent upon a certain anti-Japanese sentiment. One could argue that this event, more than any other, is responsible for the birth of a new, far more aggressive variety of Chinese nationalism.
Autopilot jumping.
Since the end of their war with Russia, Japan had exercised a hefty degree of control over Manchuria. However, this control came from their support of a man named Zhang Zuolin, the region's powerful warlord. But in 1928, the overconfident Zhang angered his Japanese overlords and found himself on the wrong end of an assassin's pistol. His successor caused similar offense when he explicitly aligned himself with the Republic of China. So, in September of 1931, the Japanese army staged a fake Chinese attack on the South Manchurian Railway, which Japan controlled. The attack was nothing more than a pithy explosion which caused 0 damage. Nevertheless, it served as sufficient pretext for invasion. The Japanese army easily took control of the city of Mukden before mounting a full-scale invasion of Manchuria only 3 days later. The Republic of China ordered its troops to withdraw from the region, leaving Manchuria firmly under Japanese control. In the end, China lost some 500 soldiers, the Japanese only lost 2. The empire installed a superficial puppet government headed by the previously abdicated Chinese Emperor Po Yi and named this new country Manchukuo. Using the landmass as a base of operations, the Japanese proceeded to interfere in the region known as Inner Mongolia. Here, starting in 1935, well-organized Imperial Army soldiers pushed out Chinese forces with only light resistance, allowing the Japanese a significant measure of unofficial control over the region. In 1937, 6 years after the Mukden incident, Japanese forces clashed with Chinese troops at the Marco Polo Bridge, frighteningly close to Beijing. This marked a turning point. The conflict in the far north of China had spread to the most populous regions of the country. Since Mukden, an even greater wave of nationalism had spread through Chinese society. Despite their nearly irreconcilable differences, the factions and the warlords were suddenly united in their mission to oppose Japan with all they had. But this newly found unity of purpose did not instantly translate into defensive capacity. For the first 2 years of this new war, the Japanese army found remarkable success. The Empire's forces seized major cities and provincial capitals, going as far west as Hankow. They seized control of the majority of ports and dominated the rail network throughout most of the country. After a 3-month-long siege, Chinese forces lost Shanghai in November of 1937 and were forced to flee the area. But the greatest loss in this second Sino-Japanese war was yet to come. In December, after chasing the fleeing Chinese soldiers for more than 200 miles, Japanese troops seized control of the nationalist capital, Nanjing. Outraged and humiliated by the lengthy siege of Shanghai, the Japanese forces were once again hungry for revenge. What followed over the course of the next 6 weeks is known as the Nanjing Massacre, or more commonly, of Nanjing. Prince Yasuhiko Asaka, the emperor's uncle and leader of the Japanese forces, ordered his troops to kill all the captives that Japan had taken prisoner. The criminal directive was followed, and 90,000 unarmed prisoners of war were put to death. Not satisfied with the scale of their first atrocity, the Japanese soldiers went on to murder every military-aged male they could find in Nanjing. In the end, at least
what the fuck?
260,000 civilians were murdered.
What?
Half the population of Nanjing. But this number does not include the 90,000 soldiers who were killed after surrender.
Dear God, why?
Count to 350,000.
Civilians?
The crimes against humanity did not stop at murder. At least 20,000 and as many as 80,000 women were raped by gangs of Japanese soldiers. The victims were assaulted by 10 or 20 men at a time, only to be murdered in the aftermath. Troops raided businesses and private homes under the guise of collecting food, destroying shop fronts and breaking down doors to loot and pillage. A Nazi trade representative named John Rabe was living in the city at the time. Despite his party affiliation, Rabe was disgusted by what he saw taking place. Under his leadership, a small coalition of about 24 foreigners who had not fled the city established the 2.5 square mile Nanjing safety zone. There, some 250,000 civilians hid, though they were subject to frequent raids by the Japanese military. After Nanjing's virtual destruction,
a Nazi saved them.
Macau became the new capital. But the city's
You hear the funniest things, and a Nazi saved them.
new status could not protect it from falling into Japanese hands in October of 1938, along with the city of Canton. Imperial forces then swept across the lower Yangtze Valley, taking control of all rail lines therein. And Japan's naval forces continued to dominate the sea. But Japan's good fortune soon ran thin. Chiang Kai-shek, leader of the Chinese nationalist forces, soon moved his capital to a more defensible position west of the Yangtze Gorges. Many of the nation's most prominent leaders regrouped with Chiang across the western provinces of Sichuan and Yunnan. There, they dug in for the long haul, still in control of about half of Chinese territory. Their defensive positions proved favorable, and they managed to frustrate the Japanese advance. Meanwhile, throughout occupied territory, Japan struggled to attain the cooperation of the resentful Chinese citizenry. Few Chinese civilians were willing to work with their new imperial overlords. Many thought collaboration to be shameful. Many others feared retribution from the underground militant operatives who served the loyalist cause.
I would too.
And
Yeah.
while Japanese forces maintained control over cities and railways, they found significant opposition across the more rural.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna get some ice water. I'll be right back. I guess we don't really. Oops, sorry, I bumped my microphone. I don't really guess we need a patrol helicopter sound for like 20 minutes. So I'm just gonna turn it off. And yeah, and we'll get back to watching this show here in just a second. Here, I'll be right back. Did I put that away? I must have. So, where is it? Ah, there we go. Yes. Took a couple of these. Good snack.
swaths of their territory. There, guerrilla mobs loyal to an independent China were able to maintain informal control for years at a time. Though most guerrillas were originally servants of the nationalist cause, those affiliated with the communist faction often proved more effective thanks to their prior experience fighting Chiang's forces. Skilled in their covert operations, the Reds began sending their troops behind enemy lines. There they made common cause with rural villagers who, regardless of their previous party affiliation, were now willing to work with any group opposing the Japanese. In many cases, these communist operatives managed to transform small agricultural communities into well-organized self-defense units with secret local governments run by party members. Of course, these operatives also actively spread communist propaganda. And perhaps because of their intimate grassroots approach, the Communist Party began to expand exponentially. The Reds' largest fighting force was called the 8th Route Army. This particular portion of the guerrilla insurgency saw its rosters balloon with shocking speed, going from 30,000 troops in 1937 to 156,000 in 1938. 8th Route was ostensibly folded into the larger Nationalist Army in 1938, but in reality remained under communist control, operating independently in the mountains and plains of northern China. Meanwhile, the lesser communist force, known as the New 4th Army, was charged with taking action in the lower Yangtze Valley. This trend of communist expansion would continue on throughout the war. Back in 1936, in the district of Pingfan in east-central Manchuria, a special detachment of the Japanese Imperial Army was established. Its name was Unit 731. The unit's innocuous title served to cover its insidious mission. The detachment and its 3,607 workers were tasked with a special kind of scientific investigation, the likes of which displayed such depravity that their labors are now synonymous with the acts of Dr. Joseph Mengele. Unit 731 researched and developed both chemical and biological weapons. Under the leadership of Japanese Surgeon General Shiroishi, the facility's personnel carried out some of the most egregious acts of torture and human experimentation ever seen in history. Chinese conscript laborers were brought on to construct Pingfan. Many of these workers froze to death during the winter chills. Others were dealt with in mass executions after their work.
I like this guy because he tells the truth.
The facility would be protected at all costs. In their Manchurian base of operations, the Japanese scientists referred to their human subjects as logs, in keeping with the facility's official cover as a lumber mill. Just as in Hitler's death camps, the victims were given a number to replace their name. Likewise, the research campus at Pingfan was equipped with 3 massive crematoriums in which the vast uncounted dead were disposed of, their ashes leaving behind no...
There's the humanity that I know. That's the humanity that I know. I would say that's about what we could expect from humanity.
Criminals and communist prisoners of war sat beside pregnant mothers and infant children in Pingfan's cells.
Yep.
These people were delivered in trucks and railroad freight cars, often hidden beneath actual logs being brought to the camp.
What?
After arrival, the true work of the war would begin. Prisoners were infected with a wide range of communicable diseases, including typhus, tularemia, anthrax, syphilis, cholera, tuberculosis, botulism, and any other viral or bacterial infections the physicians at Pingfan wanted to study. Unit 731 workers had a special affinity for the bubonic plague, often throwing prisoners into pits filled with rats and fleas contaminated with the disease. For those imprisoned at Pingfan, death was the most pleasant outcome. The victims' suffering did not end so long as their heart remained beating in their chest. Those who survived one round of experimentation were infected again and again to test the efficacy of certain inoculations. Some had blood repeatedly drawn from their bodies to test how long they could survive with ever fewer ounces of the vital fluid. Some were used to study the effects of frostbite on the human body. They were taken out into the woods in mid-December and forced to stand in ice water until their limbs were frozen. The more resilient test subjects suffered through every malady known to man: necrotic rot, lymphatic inflammation, crippling fever, ulcers, buboes and boils, but above all, pain, debilitation, blinding, undiluted physical pain for months on end. The finale of each patient's time in the facility brought greater suffering still, as many of them were vivisected, a practice in which people are dissected while still alive. These victims were rarely given anesthetic to ease their suffering, because the scientists wanted to avoid tainting test results. Vital organs were regularly removed from the inmates whenever researchers required, say, a liver or an eye to examine. These people were often sewn back up and left to die without any form of treatment. Running out of research subjects was, after all, never a concern. The cities and villages throughout Japanese-occupied territory provided plenty of unfortunates, desperate enough to be lured into Pingfan with a promise of food or extra employment. What's more, Unit 731 did not work alone. While Pingfan was the largest research facility, it was only one of several dozen such institutions throughout Japanese-controlled lands. Japanese Surgeon General Shiroishi turned his methods of human experimentation into a vast network, which featured somewhat prominently in Japanese medical circles. And yet, despite acquiring a veneer of prestige, Ishii's networks of military researchers consistently violated the most fundamental ethical principles of medical practice. Each center was charged with investigating the effects of biochemical weapons on living people. Each did so without regard for basic human rights and dignity. Each saw untold thousands tortured until death. In October of 1940, a single airplane flew over Kaimingji. What at first was feared to be another bomber turned out to be something far stranger. From the air, the pilot dropped grain in vast quantities on the hungry population below. What followed was a scene more reminiscent of medieval Europe than 20th century China. Bubonic plague spread from the deposited fleas and food to the bodies of Kaimingji's civilian population. Within days, hundreds of cases sprung up. The outbreak went on for 2 full months before Chinese authorities could take any real action to stop the spread. Officials eventually evacuated the infected area and built a 14-foot wall around the quarantine zone. The Chinese covered the place in sulfur and burned the entire section of the city to eradicate the disease. This one event was only the first in a long line of experimental biological warfare attacks overseen by Shiroishi. At least 11 separate Chinese cities were attacked, often with ceramic explosives designed to detonate with minimal firepower so as to not damage the disease-infested cargo they carried. 12 separate attacks, all targeting civilians, were deployed. Some aimed to infect people by handing out bread and sweets contaminated with paratyphoid. Others tried to devastate crops with pernicious pests. And on several occasions, the Japanese troops were sent to poison life-giving sources of water. In 1941, bubonic plague was introduced to the city of Chengdi, a major population center. Once again, a single aircraft was deployed over the city, dropping food and other infected biomatter. In this attack, many thousands of people became infected at an alarming rate, hamstringing the nationalist government's response and causing widespread chaos. By early 1939, things had reached a freezing point. The nationalists held down the fort in the west, the guerrillas kept the Japanese preoccupied, and Japan attempted to strangle Chinese supply lines. The Imperial Navy proved itself largely capable of blocking Chinese attempts to resupply on the vast eastern coast. While a few ports were only under intermittent Japanese occupation, the Empire still managed to dominate this part of the country with only some difficulty. But the situation shifted in September of 1939 when Japan's ally, Germany, invaded Poland, kicking off World War II. Though deadlocked in China, the Empire of Japan encountered a golden opportunity on June 14th, 1939, when Nazi troops marched into Paris and seized control of France. The fall of the French metropole left their colony, Indochina, modern-day Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam, up for grabs. In 1940, they went south to occupy the former French territory and seized control of the last coastal rail line leading into southern China. But much to Japan's chagrin, alliances shifted shifted, and eventually the British began using their colony in Myanmar to sustain the Chinese. Japan then countered Britain's move in 1942 when they took control of Myanmar and the British colony of Hong Kong, once again cutting off supply lines into free China. Chiang and the allied Chinese forces were left in dire straits. Back in 1941, the cooperation between the communists and the nationalists had begun to break down. The Reds' numbers had continued to grow despite taking serious losses. In 1940, the 8th Route Army's ranks swelled to 400,000. Unwilling to obey Chiang Kai-shek's orders to evacuate their troops from certain regions, communist forces had found themselves, once again, in violent conflict with the nationalists. These conflicts ended in a real collaboration between the two major parties in China's quote-unquote united front. The slow and rickety path to nationalist China's eventual encirclement left the country weak and desperate. Having lost all their major manufacturing hubs in the east, they were often unable to maintain the modernized standards they had come to embrace after the revolution. Without advanced manufacturing and access to transportation infrastructure, the nationalist government was unable to support its troops, much less the mass of civilian refugees that had fled into their territory from the occupied East. To make matters worse, Chiang's government instituted poor fiscal policies to cover short-term necessities, sparking rapid inflation. These compounding problems left both military and civilian populations destitute. Poverty and financial collapse led to widespread corruption within the army, where hoarding and graft became rampant. Malnutrition set in, and the lack of any nationalist offensive against the Japanese caused the Chinese armed forces to swiftly deteriorate. Quickly, the brief spike in support for Chiang's government that they experienced at the start of the war was winnowed away to nothing. And yet, despite their profound suffering, the people of free China refused to surrender to imperial forces. As the main opposition to Japan struggled in the west, the communists in the north and the east saw their fortunes improving. The local governments they created frequently encouraged mass participation in party activities. And having instituted land reforms, they pulled a great many peasant farmers over to their side with an improved standard of living. Japan's attempts at erecting a civilian puppet regime continued to flounder in the territories it controlled. Their troubles with recruitment remained a constant concern, and the few Chinese civilians willing to work with Japan were rarely seen as reliable leaders and bureaucrats. In early 1944, relief finally came in the form of material shipments from the United States. Nationalist soldiers trained to become pilots and mechanics, receiving support from the Allies. American and Chinese joint air operations dropped bombs on previously impenetrable Japanese holdfasts. Even so, Chiang's troops were far from ready to mount a grand campaign against occupying forces. After 7 years of war and poor governance, the nationalists were left ineffective and unpopular. At the same time, the communist forces had only grown. As America fought the war in the Pacific and drew Japanese troops away from China, the Reds were all too happy to move into the vacuum they left behind. In the summer of 1945, Japan found itself in a familiar position, staring down the barrel of an American cannon. Once again, almost exactly 100 years after Commodore Perry opened up Japan, American warships were flocking to Japanese shores. At the end of July 1945, the Imperial Japanese Navy was no longer able to conduct major defensive operations. Allied forces were set to invade Japan's home islands. In public, the Japanese government expressed its determination to keep fighting. Privately, they were reaching out to the Soviet Union in hopes that Stalin and Molotov would act as mediators between them and the US. What happened next made all of this posturing seem infantile in comparison. Between August 5th and August 10th, 1945, 3 things happened. First, the United States dropped the first A-bomb on Hiroshima. The city was a supply and logistics hub for Japanese armed forces, and most importantly, housed the headquarters for the 2nd General Army, which had been tasked with commanding the defense of all southern Japan.
Oh my god, they bombed the headquarters.
Weapons in the theater of war.
They just killed the leaders.
Between 90,000 and 146,000 people, most of whom were civilians. Second, on August 9th, the Soviet Union mounted a full-scale invasion of Manchuria, which would only last 11 days. In that time, the Soviets confounded Japanese expectations with a series of surprise maneuvers. Despite only having 11 days, the the Soviets managed to march through all of Manchuria, eventually stopping at the 38th parallel, wiping out Japanese control of the region. Third, also on August 9th, US troops dropped a second nuke on Japan, this time targeting Nagasaki, killing between 60 and 80,000. Having taken one more blow than they could handle, the Japanese High Command made a decision. For the very first time, on August 15th, 1945, Japan and its 77 million citizens heard their emperor's voice on the radio. To our good and loyal subjects, after pondering deeply the general trends of the world and the actual conditions obtaining in our empire today, we have decided to effect a settlement of the present situation by resorting to an extraordinary measure. We have ordered our government to communicate to the governments of the United States, Great Britain, China, and the Soviet Union that our empire accepts the provisions of their joint declaration. Though he did not use the word surrender, the intention was clear. By accepting the Potsdam Declaration, he was offering unconditional acquiescence to every single Allied demand. The war was over. Manchuria was now under active Soviet occupation, along with most of Mongolia. Puppet leaders previously employed by Japan were either captured by Soviet troops or fled to distant lands. Immediately, China's two remaining factions began a mad dash for the territory the Japanese had abandoned. Interestingly, at this point in the war, Chiang Kai-shek and his nationalist troops were receiving support from both the US and the Soviet Union. Chiang's support from Stalin was conditioned on the USSR's retention of control over Port Arthur. But this was not necessarily his to guarantee. Mao's troops dominated the north and had control over the northeastern lands bordering the Soviet-occupied zone. The United States temporarily landed 50,000 troops in Beijing to hold down the fort, as 100,000 nationalist troops were flown in. The nationalists, apparently unconcerned for their reputation, began forcibly conscripting the local citizenry, looting local homes, and governing just as poorly in the eastern city as they had in the west for so many years. Needless to say, communist power only grew as a result as the rural peasants flocked to Mao. The nationalists, using U.S. military transport facilities, were quick to sweep up strategically valuable cities and grab rail lines as the Japanese evacuated. But they suffered from the same problem the Japanese experienced. Communist guerrillas occupied vast tracts of rural land and were essentially free to torment Chiang Kai-shek's troops exactly as they had the Japanese. Back in 1945, the Soviets had agreed to end their occupation of Manchuria in exchange for Chinese recognition of the Soviet-aligned Mongolian People's Republic. Suddenly, fearing the total extinction of the Chinese Communist Party, the USSR began to tip away from the nationalists. In 1946, as they were leaving, the Soviets handed the enormous stockpiles of Japanese weapons in Manchuria over to Mao's forces, triggering further conflict between the two Chinese parties in the north. The USSR then began providing the communists with in-depth intelligence on nationalist troop movements, giving Mao a significant edge in the fight. The nationalists were caught up in further missteps as they began to work with Japanese generals. These former enemy commanders were responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Chinese citizens, who they killed through the use of scorched earth tactics in the north. Despite the negative impact on their reputation, the nationalists protected these war criminals, who began to work closely with Chiang as his advisors. Their refusal to turn over Japanese war criminals for prosecution, and their even closer association with the former blue-shirt Chinese fascists, resulted in a loss of support from the United States. The next nationalist offensive campaign against the communists saw them seize a major city at the untenable cost of 1 million troops. Despite urban losses, Mao now had an army of 5 million soldiers and could expand across rural reaches without high losses. By 1948, the communists began to capture major cities from Chiang's troops. Their losses meant little, as they were able to immediately recruit more troops from the peasant population, a feat that nationalists could not achieve with their poor reputation. The communist advance south was sure-footed from there, and nationalist leaders began either fleeing to Taiwan or defecting to the communist cause. On October 1st, 1949, from the new capital of Beijing, Mao proclaimed the establishment of the People's Republic of China. The Allied occupation of Japan was plotted out in a series of conferences before Japanese surrender. The Allies, China, Britain, the USSR, and the United States, put particular attention into how Japan would be disarmed, how to prevent future remilitarization, how its colonies would be managed, and how its economy would be stabilized. And while the other Allied nations had a say in what reforms were implemented, the nation was, first and foremost, occupied by troops of the United States.
No rabies. No rabies.
Appointed Supreme Allied Commander of Japan, placing him in charge of what would become a 7-year-long occupation. Having received his command, MacArthur plotted out his strategy for reforming the Japanese society. First, destroy the military power, punish war criminals, build the structure of representative government, modernize the Constitution, hold free elections, enfranchise the women, release the political prisoners, liberate the farmers, establish a free labor movement, encourage free economy, abolish police oppression, develop a free and responsible press, liberalize education,
sounds amazing.
centralize the political power,
Please.
separate church from state.
Yep.
Japan's refusal to surrender until the last possible moment meant the destruction of an exceptional amount of the nation's infrastructure. Firebombing campaigns and supply shortages left the people of Japan physically and mentally exhausted. US B-29 bombers targeted manufacturing and transportation hubs. Major and minor cities were crippled under the weight of American military might. Tokyo had been all but destroyed after American air raids carpeted the city, killing more than 83,000 and leaving over 1 million homeless. By the end of the war, more than 600 major industrial facilities had been destroyed. As many as 500,000 Japanese citizens had been killed, and 8.5 million had no place to sleep at night. When the occupation began, 4.2 million new homes needed to be built. Transportation networks had to be restored. Schools and hospitals had to be constructed, and, most importantly, food production had to be reestablished. In the final years of the war, the average Japanese adult was living on just 1,042 calories per day. Though in major urban areas like Tokyo, things were even worse, with people living on a little over 700 calories each day. Immediately, emergency wheat donations were shipped in from the US. The government higher-ups who had been involved with military affairs were largely purged from political office. 28 of these dismissed politicians found themselves in handcuffs, standing trial for war crimes in Tokyo. In total, only 7 officials were put to death, with 16 receiving life sentences. Emperor Hirohito and indeed all members of the extended royal family were spared prosecution, despite having committed a panoply of crimes during the war. Among those who went unpunished was the emperor's uncle, Prince Yasuhiko Asaka, who, as previously discussed, was responsible for the Nanjing massacre. In his place, Iwane Matsui was controversially held responsible despite having taken some actions that arguably would exonerate him. Shiroishi and his cronies escaped from justice by striking a deal with General MacArthur. To dodge prosecution,
That was weird.
scientists released all their illegal research findings to the US, which in turn covered up the truth of the horrors they committed. The reinstitution of a liberal democratic state began with a reduction in the role of the emperor. The monarchy became a figurehead. Its powers largely transferred to the hands of the democratically elected leadership. Wealthy landlords who had previously owned the majority of agricultural properties in the country were made to sell vast quantities of land. In turn, this land was sold at cost to their previous tenant farmers, breaking apart the nation's heavily concentrated agricultural industry. The wealthy elites of Japan saw their bases of power partially destroyed as worker unions, antitrust legislation, and labor rights were all put in place. Elections were held with shocking speed, the first taking place on the 10th of April 1946. This election was the first in which Japanese women had the right to vote. 1 year after, Japan's new pacifist constitution was adopted. The document's ratification stripped away the nation's right to wage war and build up its military forces. The Constitution did allow for the creation of smaller Japanese self-defense forces, which would operate in conjunction with American
How am I
troops
too
to
hot?
protect Japan from the rising communist threats to the west and north. Unsurprisingly, with one nation facing substantial international isolation and the other completely demilitarized, Sino-Japanese relations became notably less scintillating. Even so, in 1950, the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance was signed. Article 1 of the treaty was a mutual defense pact designed to prevent the revival of Japanese imperialism. In 1952, Japan recognized the government in Taiwan, aka the Republic of China, as the legitimate Chinese state. Despite this, the Japanese government exchanged trade, labor, and cultural delegations with Communist China in the 1950s to maintain diplomatic relations. In 1952, Mao's China and the Japanese government ratified their first trade deal. In 1958, Mao's government severed all trade ties with Japan out of frustration over Japan's support of the Republic of China. But these bonds were soon mended in 1960 out of desperation, after the Soviet Union broke its previously close ties with Communist China, forcing the nation to backtrack to defend its economy. In 1972, relations between Japan and Communist China were normalized with the signing of a joint communique. The document outlined 3 key points. First, Japan acknowledged its hand in causing great harm to the Chinese people during its invasion and occupation. In turn, China renounced its demands for war reparations. Second, Japan, at least on paper, recognized the Communist People's Republic of China as the only government of China, and agreed that Taiwan was an inalienable part of the territory of the People's Republic. And lastly, the agreement confirmed that the two countries would establish diplomatic relations, exchange ambassadors, and would negotiate agreements in trade, shipping, aviation, and fisheries. A long-term private trade agreement was signed by China and Japan in February of 1978.
Hey, free solar panel.
Under this deal, trade was meant to increase by $20 billion within the next 7 years, with Japan exporting production equipment, technology, construction materials, and machine parts in exchange for crude oil and coal. This ploy proved overly optimistic when, the following year, the Chinese were compelled to slow their development goals and scale down their financial obligations. Despite it being downgraded, the deal was a major milestone and demonstrated the two countries' dedication to normalization. From there, the story of relations between the two nations is one of investment and peaceful coexistence, with a few important caveats. Despite the comparatively muted relations the two countries had experienced over the past 70 years, the reality of China and Japan's sordid past shines through to today. In March of 2005, 17 Chinese cities erupted in protest. The angry citizens weren't reprimanding their leaders or demanding domestic change. Rather, their anger was turned outward. The mass demonstrations were directed against Japan. The angry mobs, several thousand strong, marched on Japanese consulates throughout the country, threw rocks through the Japanese embassy's windows in Beijing, and filled the streets with chants of boycott Japanese businesses. Why? The reason wasn't exactly clear. Some protesters were expressing outrage over new Japanese history textbooks that grossly understated Japanese war crimes during the Second World War. Others were enraged at the recent G4 proposal requesting Japan be given a seat on the UN Security Council. Many others were simply content to toss eggs at Japanese restaurants and grocery stores, expressing a generalized sense of rage that they felt towards the island nation. Outraged, the Japanese government demanded financial restitution for the damages suffered, condemned the violence that broke out, and not much else. The curious spat of unrest could have been ignored. But then, in August of 2012, it happened again, even larger than before. This time, the cause was a bit more obvious. The CCP had whipped up its citizenry into a blind rage over a territorial dispute concerning the small, uninhabited Japanese-owned Senkaku Islands, which China claims as their territory. The first bout of protests sprung up after 2 activists from Hong Kong who had sailed to the islands were detained by the Japanese Coast Guard. The demonstrators, reportedly calling for their government to cease trade with Japan and retake the islands by force, marched across the city of Shenzhen. As they walked, the angry mob smashed Japanese cars, burned the Japanese flag, and vandalized any stores selling products made in Japan. In the end, hordes of armed police were sent in to disperse the furious crowds, arresting several protesters in the process. Events with varying levels of intensity took place in 9 other cities, but tensions briefly cooled. Until the 11th of September, when China sent 2 ships to the island to assert their claim of ownership. Japan promptly nationalized the Senkaku Islands, and 4 days later, a second barrage of protests began. These demonstrations, even larger than the ones earlier in the year, quickly ballooned beyond the bounds of state control. The cities of Changsha and Qingdao were the first to see instances of arson and mass vandalism. Once again, across the country, Japanese cars were smashed. A Toyota Motors outlet was set on fire, as were 2 Panasonic factories in Suzhou and Shandong. 2 Japanese department stores in Qingdao and Changsha were plundered by rogue demonstrators. Thousands of malcontents busted their way into the Garden Hotel.
It was an actual player.
Where the Japanese consulate
Nice.
was housed.
I'm not against it. Whatever.
The Japanese consulate's pristine white walls. On September 18th, another group surrounded U.S.
Nice.
Ambassador Gary Locke's car, refusing to let him enter the Japanese embassy. When all was said and done, 180 cities saw mass events in which protesters vented their rage and called for a boycott of all Japanese-made goods. With Chinese power on the rise and Japan in a comparatively pacified state, one may inevitably be forced to ask hard questions. Questions like, can Japan be bullied into submission? And if the answer is yes, what does that mean for the sovereignty of free nations living in the shadow of authoritarian China? Will the governments of democratic states in East Asia be allowed to govern for their people? Or will they be put in the same position that China found itself in so many years ago, forced to bow to the whims of imperialist powers willing to abuse human rights to maintain their own power? Despite its centuries-long hiatus, China is, once again, the powerhouse of the East, and those wishing to maintain their power in the Chinese Communist Party have proven time and time again that they have no qualms about inflaming violent nationalism to distract their citizens from increasingly authoritarian rule at home. There are many alive today who can recall the horrors visited upon the Chinese people at the hands of the Japanese Empire. There are even more who grew up hearing stories of what happened from their parents, their grandparents, and their great-grandparents. Such a large population with such an intimately close connection to the crimes that were committed will not be willing to forgive and forget anytime soon. And though the old militaristic regime that once ruled an empire has been dead in the ground for 78 years, the people of China will never see the promise of the liberal democratic society that so aptly replaced it. For as long as an authoritarian government rules in China, her people will remain in darkness, never seeing the light of truth that a free nation can provide. This is the chart of the Japanese yen. It's in free fall. This represents a big problem for Japan's economy. This is what the yen was trading for 10 years ago. This is what the yen is trading at today, and this is what the yen is projected to trade at in the coming months. Shocked? You haven't seen anything yet. For the first time since 1998, this is what the government has now been forced to do just to moderate the situation.
The currency market has been a focus of attention this year, especially in Japan.
Could the MOF step in and intervene on the currency to stem the yen's decline?
So much worry about Japan's currency that the government intervened.
This was a very large intervention operation. The intention there was to send a fairly strong signal to the market.
In yet another episode of 2022 wreaking havoc in the financial markets, what was once a world-acknowledged safe haven currency has now been turned into another desolate currency. Yes, I'm talking about the Japanese yen and how it is crashing to the ground. In what has been a constant decline this year, the Japanese yen is falling to levels last seen decades ago against the US dollar. While you may sit there and think that this is a problem whose consequences are exclusive to Japan, yeah, you're sadly mistaken. As the yen falls and creates economic turbulence within the nation, the whole world, and particularly the United States, will be affected, in a way. In this video, I will explain just how the falling yen is creating an economic crisis in Japan, and I will also explain how this is going to have international ramifications.
The depreciating Japanese currency, yen has become a cause of concern.
Decades of stable or falling prices. So when inflation finally hit, it came as a huge shock.
For manufacturers and local retail players.
Historically, that is within the intervention band. That's when it's happened before, yes?
What is happening with Japan's economy is something that the international community has its sights on, mainly just because it's something that was not expected to happen. For the longest time, the yen has been seen as a safe haven, which investors traditionally
got half a level today. It's pretty good.
Now things don't appear so haven-y, and as As Japan loses that status, so too does the yen as it falls into deeper depths. Honestly, given that this year alone has seen the Japanese yen lose over 20% of its value against the US
20%?
to hit the lowest level since 1990.
Oh
It
no.
makes sense why this matter is one of absolute urgency. The immediate question that I'm sure is on your mind is, why? Why is this happening? Well, I made a video explaining that exact scenario a few months ago. If you haven't watched it, feel free to click this link right here to watch it. Regardless, I'll explain it in brief again. What is the major driving factor in the collapse of the yen? Well, okay, let's call it a decline. Collapse might be a bit too harsh. What is driving the decline of the yen is largely the difference between interest rates in Japan and the USA. Yes, policies in the United States can have quite a bearing on other economies. If you didn't know that, well, now you know. That is the influence that comes with having the world's reserve currency as your own. In the interest of its own people, and in a bid to tackle inflation, the United States Federal Reserve has been aggressively hiking its main interest rates this year. Since March of this year, the rate has risen from 0.25% to 4%. This table here shows how the Fed has hiked it with each consecutive month that has come. This comes in contrast to Japan's own interest rate, which at present sits at negative 0.1%. Yeah, you heard that right. I said
Wait,
Japan's
did the zombies fight?
negative 0.1%.
The zombies are fighting.
The problem that comes with Japan having such a low interest rate, while the US has a significantly larger interest rate, is that the higher interest rates tend to make a currency more attractive to investors. As a result, there's less demand for currencies from countries like Japan that have lower rates, and those currencies then fall in value. When you factor in the fact that the dollar is rising in value as the yen has been falling, it explains why the disparity between the two countries is so significant. Where all this takes a level up from just a slumping currency to, as the video is titled, an economic crisis, is when you factor in this. As good as the Japanese economy seems on the surface, its economy has barely grown at all for the last 30 years.
I heard they've been lying.
This chart shows just how the economy has been performing for the past 3 decades. As you can see, it's only grown by a factor of about 1.62% in 3 decades. Truthfully, for the most part, the economy has been stagnant. This has led to some experts believing that the weak yen reflects the state of the country's finances, a point that might hold some water. Japan's economic woes do not end there. For those of you who don't already know this, this point might surprise you. Japan just so happens to be the world's most indebted country. The island nation has the highest national debt in the world at 235% of its GDP. A stagnant economy plus a rising debt are not two things that any country wants to deal with at one time. And yet, that is Japan's current predicament. To add to this, Japan is also facing the Asian demographic time bomb of a low birth rate and a population with the highest proportion of older people in the world. That raises doubt about its ability to maintain economic structures when the working population fails to meet demands. This is a social issue, but it's prudent that I mention it here because it has very serious economic ramifications for the nation's economy. When you take all the factors that we've been talking about into effect, you will see that the Japanese economy is in clutch time. Even experts like Takashi Fujimaki, a former advisor to billionaire investor George Soros, have been on the record saying there is no reason for the yen to strengthen. He has been vocal about the yen's shortcomings, often writing articles like this one.
That's messed up.
That he expects the Japanese currency to
I hope
hit
it fixes.
180 against the US dollar before eventually just collapsing in value. And well, things certainly seem to be headed that way. Hey, quick reminder, please hit that subscribe button. It just takes a second, and I'm trying to hit 1 million subscribers, so if you're not subscribed, please hit that button.
In Japan,
The yen tumbled to a 24-year low against the dollar this week.
130 by year-end.
Experts are warning of a potential foreign exchange market crisis.
Asia's #2 economy is having a horrible year, a level not seen since 1998.
I can already
That's
see
not
you
good.
banging on your table and just screaming, just raise the interest rate to be competitive. I mean, in truth, I thought of that too.
What?
But it seems like it's not so simple.
Raising the interest rate is not the same thing as making money.
Explicitly stated on multiple occasions that the Japanese economy is too weak to handle higher interest rates. Well, that makes for quite the conundrum. How do you raise rates to better the currency that is then supposed to boost the economy when the current economy is too weak for an interest hike in the first place? Ugh, what a headache. It's expected that until Kuroda's retirement in 2024, the Japanese interest rate will stay around the ballpark of where it currently is. This means that for the foreseeable future, what you are currently witnessing is what you will get, if not worse, when it comes to Japan. Makes for quite an interesting story. However, it's not all bad news for Mr. Kuroda and the Japanese policymakers. Due to the economic crisis and the problems it carries with it, inflation has started to creep into the nation. In any other country, and I'm looking at you, United States, rising inflation levels are a problem. In Japan, however, inflation is good news, because traditionally, Japan has faced deflation and falling prices. This was bad for them, because it did not encourage heavy consumer spending as citizens pulled back on splurging on the assumption that prices will fall further in the future. This doesn't keep money in heavy circulation, and that hurts the economy. That is why Mr. Kuroda has said that the bank's current policy is necessary to help it reach its 2% inflation target. But alright, that's enough of what the government can't do. Let's talk about what it actually has done, and this one is a big move. The Japanese government has been content to remain silent, but as the yen continued to slump heavily downwards, the government saw it prudent to jump in. In September, the authorities stepped in, spending $21 billion to buy the yen in a bid to slow the currency slump. This took place as the yen had fallen to its lowest levels ever. The Finance Ministry Vice Minister, Kanda Masato, revealed that the government had intervened for the first time since 1998 because it was necessary. In his remark, he said, "The government has just taken decisive action." However, this strategy only helped for a very short time. As soon after, the currency began tumbling again, getting worse than before. You see, the government's intervention was aimed at strengthening its currency. This works like so. Yen buying reduces the amount of yen in the market and raises its value. However, the Bank of Japan's ultra-easy policy had the opposite effect, as monetary loosening increased the sum of money in the market, thereby lowering the value of the yen. The government buying the yen, while the Bank of Japan maintains its easy stance, is like stepping on the gas and the brakes at the same time. This might be what caused the negation of the government's efforts. Economist Kumano Hideo says officials are painfully aware that the intervention can only accomplish so much. He said, "The government knows that the effects of intervention are limited. That's why it launched a surprise attack, so to speak, at the most effective time, just after all the major monetary policy decisions. You deploy such a strategy when you know your battle strength is lacking, so to speak." However, even as the government continues to intervene, on and off the record, it can only do so for so long. The Japanese government has a foreign exchange fund special account that has about $1.3 trillion in it. On paper, this makes it likely that the government can just keep intervening, but nothing could be farther from the truth. Much of that money has been invested into things like US government bonds, so the amount of liquidity the government has may actually not be that much. It is very likely that the government has no intention of continuing intervention for an extended period, simply because it can't. Several experts have also warned that these attempts to prop up the yen will only ever have a short-term effect. And if the government's last attempts are to be taken as proof of this, then, well, it's conclusive evidence. We all know that these policies and crises come down and affect the everyday person. So what does this mean for you? Well, for starters, the weak yen makes everything Japan buys more expensive. Since the island nation relies heavily on imported oil and gas, this means that they will spend significantly more money on imports. The prices of imports have been rising all year as the yen has been falling in value. Economist Kumano Hideo noted, the yen started drastically weakening from March. If the currency exchange rate goes from 115 yen against the dollar to, say, 145 yen, that pushes up import prices by about
30%. As import prices rise, so too does the cost of imported goods. At present, people across Japan are feeling these effects, with shoppers complaining about price hikes. This is made worse when you factor in the fact that Japan's consumers have seen their purchasing power halved over the last decade. For example, just 10 years ago, 10,000 yen would buy an item worth $132. But today, it only gets you something worth $67. For the average citizen, this is not good at all, because average salaries in Japan have hardly risen over 3 decades. It all comes back to what I said earlier about the stagnation of the economy. If you are Japanese and are traveling abroad, or need to pay for things abroad, or have kids in school abroad, then, oh yikes, you must not like the current situation at all. The only shred of positivity is if you are making money abroad. Then you're set, as the money will be worth much more at home. As exports account for about 15% of the country's total economic activity, that is not an insignificant figure.
It's not.
So where does all this talking leave us? Well, we have a country that has a currency that is falling in value faster than thought possible. As a result, this drop in value is dragging with it its already stagnant economy, bringing the nation to the fringes of an economic crisis. The citizens aren't happy, as they are losing purchasing power daily, and try as they might, the government interventions aren't doing anything to help. Japan's only trump card will come after the Bank of Japan's current governor retires, and then maybe they will appoint someone who will raise interest rates. Alternatively, they can just hang on until the US stops hiking its own interest rates. Either way, for a superpower like Japan, none of this looks good. And none of these options can be regarded as a solid strategy. For all intents and purposes, Japan is in Hail Mary territory now. And thank you so much to our Patreon for making this video possible. Please check out the Patreon by clicking the link in the description and consider supporting these videos.
Yeah, it was good.
A few
It
days
was good,
ago,
man.
China released its 2023 edition of what's known as the Standard Map. But this isn't your average map. It's creating quite a stir on the international stage. This new map showed Indian territories as part of China's sovereign territory, specifically Akshay Chin and Arunachal Pradesh. Beijing claimed these areas as their own, and India responded with a strong rebuttal. But this isn't just about China and India. The controversy has snowballed, with most stakeholders getting involved. China's neighbors, including the Philippines, Malaysia, Taiwan, and Vietnam, have all lodged strong protests against this map. So why are they so angry? To kick things off, let's take a closer look at this controversial map that China just published. The map features something called the 9-dash line, a concept that has no legal basis. This line is essentially China's way of laying claim to vast stretches of territory, including parts of Russia, India, and even Taiwan. As you can see, this line stretches across the South China Sea, encompassing an enormous area. But here's the twist. China has now added an extra dash to the east of Taiwan, implying that Taiwan is part of China's territory. This move has set off alarm bells worldwide, and rightfully so. India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, called China's claims absurd and said, "This is an old habit of theirs. It is not something which is new. Making absurd claims does not make other people's territories yours." While the Philippines stated that the map has no basis under international law, Malaysia too dismissed China's claims, maintaining its stance of rejecting any foreign party's sovereignty claims over its maritime features. The international community is not mincing words when it comes to criticizing China's actions. This map is undeniably causing a diplomatic storm. Now let's hear what China has to say in its defense. China argues that this map is a routine practice, something they do regularly, and is in line with their exercise of sovereignty. They want everyone to view the matter objectively and calmly, and avoid overinterpretation. The timing of this map's release is interesting, given that the G20 summit is just around the corner. Is China trying to set the stage for discussions at the summit, or is there a more straightforward explanation? To better grasp what's happening now, let's look at the history between India and China. First, be sure to hit the like button. A video pointing out CCP's mistake is most definitely going to get downvoted by CCP bots, so your likes help us a lot with the algorithm. In the late 19th century, the world was undergoing profound changes, and the balance of power was shifting. This is when the Anglo-Chinese Convention of 1890 came into play. It was a very important event in the history of how China and Britain interacted. This convention was signed on September 20th, 1890 in Beijing and had a big impact on both countries and how much control they had in East Asia. Before this, in the mid-19th century, China had lost in the Opium Wars, which were really embarrassing. This led to a bunch of unfair deals with Western countries, especially the Treaty of Nanking in 1842. These deals gave foreign people special rights in China and gave away parts of China to Western countries. Around the same time, as countries were trying to grab land in Africa, they were also trying to do the same thing in East Asia. Britain wanted to make sure it didn't lose its power in China and tried to stop other countries from taking over. One of the central provisions of the convention was the establishment of a demarcation line. This line extended from the mouth of the Irrawaddy River in Burma, now Myanmar, to the mountains of Tibet, effectively dividing British-controlled Burma and Chinese-controlled Tibet. The convention reaffirmed China's sovereignty over Tibet while recognizing British influence and control in Burma. It marked a significant departure from previous agreements, as it acknowledged China's authority in Tibet. Crucially,
how did this
the
happen?
A promise of non-interference in Tibet by both Britain and China, seeking to maintain the status quo and preserve stability in the region. For Britain, the convention helped consolidate its control over Burma, securing its strategic interests in Southeast Asia. It also provided a framework for maintaining influence in Tibet. China, on the other hand, saw the convention as a diplomatic victory, as it reaffirmed its sovereignty over Tibet. This recognition bolstered China's prestige and authority on the international stage. However, the convention also contributed to Tibet's isolation from the rest of the world. The promise of non-interference meant that Tibet was left to its own devices, which had both positive and negative consequences for the region. These provisions, while seemingly straightforward, would set the stage for future conflicts and debates. At the turn of the 20th century, the British Empire was at its highest point in India. Meanwhile, Russia was expanding its influence in Central Asia, sparking the Great Game for supremacy in the region. The British aimed to secure their northern frontier, aka Arunachal Pradesh, and maintain their control over the Indian subcontinent. Tibet, a remote and mysterious region, had traditionally maintained its independence under the spiritual and temporal authority of the Dalai Lama. It had little direct contact with the outside world, but that was about to change. In 1914, amidst World War II, a conference was convened in Simla, a picturesque hill station in British India. The participants included representatives from Britain, Tibet, and China. Sir Henry McMahon represented the British, while the Tibetans were led by Lachlan Satra and the Chinese by Ivan Chen. The primary focus of the conference was to define the boundary between British India and Tibet. A series of maps were drawn, outlining the proposed borders. The McMahon Line, named after the British representative, played a central role in these discussions. On July 3, 1914, the Simla Accord was signed by the British and Tibetan representatives, marking an agreement on the McMahon Line as the boundary between British India and Tibet. However, the Chinese representative refused to sign, and ambiguities in the accord would haunt the region for decades. The outbreak of World War I overshadowed the Simla Accord, diverting global attention. The British, preoccupied with the war, failed to enforce the accord, leading to its virtual abandonment. The McMahon Line, established during the Simla Accord, will become a source of dispute between India and China, leading to the Sino-Indian War of 1962. The legacy of this accord continues to influence geopolitics in the region. The validity of the McMahon Line is a matter of international law. Some legal experts argue that the line is valid because it was signed by the Tibetan government, which at the time, an independent state. Others argue that the line is invalid because China was not a party to the Simla Agreement and because the Tibetan government did not have the authority to cede territory to British India. In 1947, India gained independence from British colonial rule, and in 1949, the People's Republic of China was established under Chairman Mao Zedong. These two neighboring nations, both freshly independent and navigating their post-colonial past, were about to face a series of challenges along their shared border. The border between India and China was not clearly defined in many areas. The McMahon Line came back, haunting both nations. Along with the McMahon Line, another disputed area was Aksai Chin, a high-altitude desert region that both India and China claimed. The first major conflict erupted in 1947 in the eastern sector of the India-China border, particularly in the regions of Tawang and NEFA, Northeast Frontier Agency, now Arunachal Pradesh. The conflict began when an Indian patrol team encountered a Chinese patrol team in an area that both countries claimed as their own. The two teams exchanged words, and eventually the Indian team demanded that the Chinese team turn back. The Chinese team refused, and the two teams faced off, each with their weapons drawn. In the midst of escalating tensions, Both India and China engaged in negotiations to resolve their border disputes. Various meetings and discussions took place, but no concrete solution was reached during 1947 to 1948. In the wake of World War II, China was undergoing radical changes. The Chinese Civil War raged, with the Communist Party, led by Mao Zedong, emerging victorious in 1949. This marked the beginning of the People's Republic of China. In 1949, as the Chinese Civil War ended, a Tibetan delegation arrived in Beijing to discuss their nation's status, seeking recognition and peaceful coexistence with the new communist regime. The talks seemed promising, but behind the scenes, geopolitical ambitions were at play. China saw Tibet as a vital piece in its vision of a united communist China. In October 1950, the Chinese PLA, without a formal declaration of war, began massing troops at the Tibetan border. The Dalai Lama, Tibetan's spiritual and temporal leader, faced an agonizing decision. The Dalai Lama, after extensive deliberations, decided to sign the 17-point agreement, effectively recognizing Chinese sovereignty over Tibet. However, it is widely debated whether this agreement was signed under duress, with a threat of military force looming large. The Chinese invasion led to the occupation of Tibet. Chinese troops entered Lhasa, the capital, and Tibetan resistance was crushed. Tibetan culture, religion, and way of life faced radical transformations. The same year, India recognized Tibet as an autonomous region of China. This diplomatic move further complicated the India-China relationship. India was concerned about the Chinese invasion of Tibet for several reasons. First, Tibet has been a buffer state between India and China, and its occupation by China would give China a strategic advantage. Second, India had a long history of cultural and religious ties to Tibet, and the Chinese invasion was seen as a threat to those ties. Third, India feared that the Chinese invasion would set a precedent for China to invade other countries in the region. The Indian government's response to the Chinese invasion was complex and difficult. On the one hand, India wanted to avoid a military conflict with China, which would have been costly and dangerous. On the other hand, India wanted to protect its interests in Tibet and the region. Ultimately, the Indian government decided to take a cautious approach, hoping that China would eventually withdraw from Tibet. However, China did not withdraw from Tibet, and the border dispute between India and China remained unresolved. On November 20th, 1950, the Chinese government announced a ceasefire and put a temporary halt to hostilities in the ongoing China-India border conflict. Several factors prompted this ceasefire. First, the Chinese military was making rapid gains in the eastern sector of the conflict, and it was clear that India was in danger of losing large amount of territory. Second, the United States was considering providing military assistance to India, which would have put China in difficult position. Third, the Chinese government was eager to improve its international image, and a ceasefire would help to do that. The ceasefire agreement called for both sides to withdraw their troops to positions 20 kilometers behind the line of actual control. The ceasefire agreement was not a permanent solution to the China-India border conflict. However, it did help to reduce tensions between the two countries and allow for further negotiations. Both countries have had several talks since the ceasefire, but no agreement has been reached on the border issue. In the spirit of cooperation, both India and China participated in the Asian Relations Conference in 1947 and the Bandung Conference in 1955. However, the seeds of their collaboration were sown earlier. In 1954, Nehru's historic visit to China laid the foundation for the Panchsheel Agreement. At its core were the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. The first principle emphasized the recognition of each other's territorial integrity and sovereignty. This laid the foundation for resolving border disputes through peaceful means. The second principle, mutual non-aggression, committed both countries to refrain from the use of force and military aggression in their dealings with each other. The third principle called for non-interference in each other's internal affairs, respecting the principles of self-determination and non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries. The fourth principle emphasized equality and mutual benefit in all aspects of their relations, including trade, economic cooperation, and cultural exchanges. The fifth and final principle was the commitment to peaceful coexistence, emphasizing the importance of diplomacy, dialogue, and peaceful resolution of conflicts. On April 29, 1954 in Beijing, Prime Minister Nehru and Premier Zhou Enlai signed the Panchsheel Agreement, solidifying their commitment to these principles. The Panchsheel Agreement held immense significance. It marked the beginning of India-China cooperation and their commitment to resolving disputes through peaceful means. However, there are a number of reasons why the Panchsheel Agreement had not been effective in preventing border conflicts. One reason is that the agreement is vague and open to interpretation. For example, the principle of mutual respect for each other's territorial integrity and sovereignty is not clear about what constitutes a violation of sovereignty. This has led to disagreements between India and China about where the border lies. Another reason for the ineffectiveness of the Panchil Agreement is that the two countries have different political systems and strategic interests. India is a democracy, while China is a communist country. China has a strategic interest in maintaining a balance of power in Asia, while China has a strategic interest in expanding its influence. These different interests have made it difficult for the two countries to reach a mutually agreeable solution to the border dispute. Now let's fast forward to 1959, March 10th to be precise. This day marked a pivotal moment in Tibetan history. Tibetans rose up against Chinese rule, and the Dalai Lama, at great personal risk, fled the Tibetan capital, Lhasa. His escape was fraught with danger as he traversed the treacherous Himalayan mountains. The Dalai Lama's journey to India was a daring escape that captured the world's attention. He crossed the border into India on March 31st, 1959, where he was welcomed with open arms by then Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru. Dalai Lama eventually sought asylum in the Indian town of Dharamshala. Nations around the world expressed support for him and condemned China's actions in Tibet. The United Nations took up the matter, but little concrete action was taken. So how did this impact Sino-Indian relations? Well, it further strained an already fragile relationship. India, which had initially recognized Tibet as an autonomous region within China, was now providing refuge to the Dalai Lama, essentially recognizing him as the Tibetan leader in exile. The Dalai Lama's presence in India also had a lasting impact. Dharamshala became the headquarters of the Tibetan government in exile, and the Tibetan diaspora continues to thrive there today. This event further cemented India's position as a refuge for Tibetans fleeing Chinese rule. China was furious about India's stance and viewed it as a betrayal. This event soured diplomatic ties, leading to a series of skirmishes along the disrupted Sino-Indian border in 1959 and eventually the Sino-Indian War in 1962. Both nations kept proposing diplomatic solutions between 1960 and 1962. However, none of these efforts bore fruit. In response, India implemented the forward policy, establishing advanced posts in disputed areas and seeking military aid from the West, which was initially denied by the US. Ironically, this led India to turn to the Soviets for military assistance, as the US thought they were too soft on communism. This shift in reliances would prove significant. Meanwhile, in China, Chairman Mao Zedong stated, "Nehru wants to move forward and we won't let him." The stage was set for a confrontation. The Chinese chose their moment wisely, launching attacks in both eastern and western border regions on October 20, 1962. China had a much larger army than India, with over 800,000 soldiers compared to India's 400,000. China also had more advanced weapons, including tanks and artillery. With India ill-prepared and undermanned, Chinese forces made significant advances. The Indian Western Command withdrew many isolated outposts. In the east, the Chinese surprised the Indian forces by fording the Namkachu River, catching them off guard. The Indian troops withdrew into Bhutan. As the Cuban Missile Crisis unfolded, the world's attention was diverted, allowing the Chinese to press their advantage. Thousands of Chinese troops attacked Indian positions, leading to further territorial gains. The Indian government was caught off guard by the attack and was unable to mount an effective defense. The war took a heavy toll on both sides, with thousands of casualties and prisoners of war. The harsh winter conditions in the Himalayas added to the challenges faced by both armies. Negotiations stalled repeatedly, and India declared a national emergency. The US and UK supported India, shipping military aid. Fighting resumed in November, but it became clear that the Chinese were prepared to withdraw to the original control lines. Finally, on November 19, 1962, a unilateral ceasefire was declared, marking the end of the Sino-Indian War. China captured a large swath of territory from India, including the entire Aksai Chin region. The war was a major humiliation for India. Diplomatic ties were severed, and mistrust lingered for years. India embarked on military modernization and nuclear development. The war also strained India's relationship with Pakistan. 2.5 decades later, in 1987, tensions flared again. This time, it was in the remote region of Samdurong-Chu in Arunachal Pradesh. The standoff was triggered by a Chinese construction project to build a helipad and other infrastructure in the Samdurong-Chu Valley, which India viewed as an incursion into its territory. This area is strategically important because it lies near the tri-junction of India, China, and Bhutan. The Indian government saw China's activities as an attempt to strengthen its position in the region. The skirmish was fierce but non-lethal. Both sides used their fists and makeshift weapons, avoiding fatalities but sending a clear message. The situation escalated, with both sides sending troops and increasing their military presence in the area. To realize the gravity of the situation, Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi initiated diplomatic efforts to prevent further escalation. Diplomats from both countries met in Beijing to discuss a peaceful resolution, avoiding an all-out conflict. Eventually, after weeks of intense negotiations,
Thank God they
both sides
did.
agreed to withdraw their troops from the valley, avoiding a full-scale war. During the early 1990s, India and China encountered a critical juncture in their bilateral ties, especially concerning their contested border regions. Over the years, intermittent disputes had ignited military clashes and prolonged standoffs.
Oops.
In a bid to avert
No.
escalation and foster
Get on him.
harmonious coexistence,
Faster the
both
better.
nations initiated a diplomatic endeavor
Oh.
that ultimately led to the ratification of the agreement on
Thank God I
maintaining
caught
peace
it.
and serenity along the line of actual control in the India-China border regions in September 1993.
Oh God, that's the other one.
Which outline the following commitments by the two countries.
Oh no, I'm poisoned. I'm out. I'm dead. Oh. Well, that's what I get for AFKing on top of him. Son of a bitch. How much was that? 2K. It's not much.
To refrain
Nice.
from conducting any military exercises
Eh.
involving more than one division in close proximity to the LAC. To notify each other of military exercises involving more
I
than
shouldn't
one
have
division
AFK'd there.
around the LAC. To establish a working mechanism.
Oh well, I
for
need
communication
Signet
and
anyways.
coordination
I
on
actually
border
don't
affairs,
mind.
to resolve any disputes arising out of the implementation of the agreement through peaceful means. The 1993 agreement was a significant step forward in the India-China relationship. The agreement also helped to reduce tensions between the two countries, which had been high.
Yay!
After the 1962 Sino-Indian War.
Peace.
While the 1993 agreement marked a significant milestone in Sino-Indian relations, it faced challenges in implementation. Border incidents and disputes continue to arise, particularly in the western sector. The differing perceptions of the LAC and unresolved territorial claims remain contentious issues.
Why did we stop
The
moving?
1993 agreement is
Okay.
still in force today. However, there are some challenges to its implementation. One challenge is that the agreement does not define the LAC precisely. This has led to some ambiguity about where the border actually lies. Another challenge is that the agreement does not address the issue of the disputed Aksai-Chin region. As the world transitioned from the Cold War era to a new global order, the year 1996
This information is invaluable to me.
and emerging security challenges. Nations were grappling
I get the sense this guy is a right-winger, but I don't think he's
given rise to new regional
skewing this at all.
In this turbulent environment, many nations sought to reduce tensions.
I think he's entirely about the information.
Confidence-building measures. But what exactly are confidence-building measures? In essence, CBMs are diplomatic, military.
He doesn't ever put his own editorial in, which I like.
Misunderstandings and prevent unintended escalations. CBMs can take various forms.
He doesn't cut the, you know, like I was aware that these things he's talking about are happening, but I've never seen the pictures of it, and I've never heard the history in the timeline before. I've heard these things all my life, but I didn't really understand it directly until I saw it, and it's like interesting. And I like his style. He doesn't almost ever, I don't think he ever does do an editorial or anything like that. He just shows the fucking stuff that happened. And I wish a lot of news like companies and channels would do that. I consider this to be invaluable because it's the stuff that CNN won't say without pissing everybody off.
To crisis communication
I like YouTube. He has no, you know, he has no real like compunction to some fucking boss or some transatlantic cable fucking executive that doesn't want him pissing off his friends or whatever. And so this guy can just tell you exactly what the fuck happened. There's no like quibbles about it or anything. And nobody expects him to do anything different. Because it's YouTube. You know? And he doesn't need to editorial at all. The stuff is clearly goddamn horrible and evil. Most of it, I mean, not the countries, but just not the people in the countries, but the leadership and some of the stuff they did and some of the killing they did. And I like that he doesn't pull the punch. He just talks about it. Because it happened, you know. We know this stuff happens. We know the genocides happen. It's unfortunate. It's not shocking to me anymore. It just sucks. It sucks that I don't really remember the details that well, you know, of a lot of this stuff. It's good to hear it again and have it refreshed in your mind about what the fucking past. This is a good video for what the past transgressions are for the Far East, and what we might see if we're ever at odds with them again. And we've been at odds with them a lot. We fought them in Korea. I mean, we've been at the odds with them. We're willing to fight them. We're willing to drop bombs on them. It's fucked up. We're willing to fight the Far East. It's weird. We've always been willing to fight them for some reason. They're like our Western neighbor, unspoken Western neighbor, because it's like, you know, there is a sea between us, but that's it. You know. I've always been so surprised they didn't fly planes up over Los Angeles or something like that. You know, it's weird, and like, and I really don't want an attack on our borders. You know, I don't want to get in confrontation with these people. I think my government is I think the word for it would be a loose cannon. I think my government has 40,000 nukes, and my government is a loose cannon. I think it's best that we just leave this well enough alone. If they want Cold War, keep it Cold War. I don't think we ever really want a confrontation with anybody. We are fucking crazy. We're like the school shooter. We'll just drop the bomb on Hiroshima. We don't care. So, and I'm not bragging about it or something. I'm not really proud of it, really. You know? I'm not proud of that. So... thank God they can find peace a lot of the time. I think a lot of the time we have to find peace, otherwise somebody gets stupid. And I don't want that.
Transparency measures. In 1996, various regions across the globe witnessed the adoption of confidence-building measures, CBMs, as a strategy to tackle distinct security issues and foster peace. Notably, India and China jointly embraced...
oh yeah, they're like, okay, they're like, okay, so here are the things that we're worried about. If you stop making us worry about those things, we'll work with you and we won't go to war with you. And honestly, that is good diplomacy. And so India and China are like, okay, well, we're really nervous about what you did there. Are you gonna do it again? And China's like, no, if you don't want us to, we won't.
Averting miscommunications and diminishing the potential for armed conflicts along the line of actual control.
Yeah.
LAC. One of the most critical CBMs was the establishment of a joint working group, JWG, to discuss border issues. The JWG...
what they never say to these fucking morons, and I swear to God they never do, is that when the shit sets off, your guns are fucking worthless. All the attacks come from the sky, and the pinpoint drones and the missiles and the bombs, and very seldom do you actually get to shoot at somebody. Those guns aren't real good for you. It's your way of life. I know it is. But, like, I mean, they aren't that too good for you. They won't actually save you. You know, they won't. I mean, most of the time, those guns won't do shit. For, like, you know, then they never talk about this. How I think the entire world seems to think that it'll be a shooting war or something if the shit were to set off in a world war again. But no, we're far beyond that now. It's like napalm and missiles and helicopters and bombs and jets and, you know, AC-130s and drones. We even have like satellite shit, laser guided shit. It's almost never like guys shooting guns at each other in some kind of fair squabble to see a decided victor anymore. Like, say, like what you might imagine, say, like Civil War era, where they just shot guns at each other in a big line, and they had a big dispute, and a lot of people died, and it was fucking horrible. But, I mean, I would say it's honorable combat, most of it. You know, there was some atrocities, but overall, it was, like, honorable combat, most of it. That concept of modern war, the shit that Call of Duty tries to fucking sell you, or Battlefield or something like that, I think the world's video game players seem to think that it might be a good thing to go to a battle like that. No. As you go out the door with your gun, a bomb falls. That's what modern warfare is. You don't want it. It's bombs falling on your mother's fucking house. You know what I'm saying? It sucks, but it is. It's like that. We do not want war. All it is, you want to know war is even back in World War II, 100 years ago, all it really was Britain and Germany and all the rest of the world powers and America and all this other stuff dropping bombs on each other. That's all it actually is. That's what it plays out to. Sometimes you got wars with like tanks and stuff that did happen. We had Rommel and or not Rommel, but I mean, like, we didn't have Rommel, but I mean, like, there was, like, the Rommel, the Desert Fox, and all these tank wars and stuff, and the Sahara, and, But I mean, like, overall, most of the war was conducted by dropping bombs on your mother's house. You don't want war. You don't want civil war. You don't want... Like, trust me, you do not want, it is not cool. War is not good. It is not this thing that you fight with M16s anymore. You're going to be walking out your door with your M16 and the bomb will fall. Or the drone will hit you. Or, or they'll napalm you, or they'll shell or mortar you. It's not... Like, it's not this thing where you go out the door with your M16 to go fight the libs or whatever your fucking belief of it is. It's more like bombs fall on your fucking house and you die. That's what modern war actually is. Don't believe me? Go watch footage of fucking Fallujah or say Afghanistan from the last like 10 years. You'll understand exactly what it is. It's shelling and mortar, and bombs. And it's not this like it's not this Counter-Strike reality where you run up and you set the bomb like counter terrorists versus terrorists or something like that. It's more like, no, as you're going to the base to sign up, bombs fall on your car. That's what real war is now. We don't want it. We don't need it. We don't want to support any action that leads to it. We don't want to be caught up in Israel and Hamas and all this. We do, trust me, we are not ready. They will just drop bombs on our houses. That's what real war is. We don't want it. It's not this attractive thing. It's not you and some snipers and some foot soldiers with a tank all shooting rocket propelled grenades and bombs and shooting some guy across the meadow or something like that. Like you might imagine it to be like the war movies or the video games told you to be. You think it's all like Saving Private Ryan? No, that era's over. More like aerial bombardment. Most of all the war is aerial bombardment that you don't even get to sign up for or retaliate to. So I know all the movies and all the pro-war shit has pushed you guys into this belief that you might want war overseas or war with China or war with like fucking, Russia or something like that. You want to fight Putin. I understand these. Maybe you want to fight Putin or China or whatever. Maybe you think they're hacking us or stealing elections. I don't know what you believe. But I understand that, understand if anything were to set off, pretty much the first thing they do is they just bomb LA, bomb New York. It's a war crime to us, so we go crazy and we either nuke them or we bomb Moscow or we bomb one of them, and then it just goes from there. And all of our major metropolitan cities just get bombed by their planes, and all their major metropolitan cities get bombed by our planes, and the people in the country are like conscripted, and all the fucking problems are paid out by those people. And trust me, and it's like the people in the country are conscripted to go fight the people overseas. And it's like, and I swear to God, that is exactly what war is. If you didn't know what it is, that is exactly what war is. I will not make any fucking if